Good morning, folks. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, yeah.
All right. I don't think we have any folks trickling in, so we may as well begin. So good morning and welcome to Wednesday, December 13th, 2017 San Joaquin River Conservancy meeting. We're kind of nomadic. We went from our Conservancy board to the City of Fresno and now Clovis Veterans. I want to thank Clovis Veterans for allowing us to have today's meeting here, and of course our Conservancy staff and all the partners that put in a ton of work in making today happen. So are there any initial comments about today's proceedings? Then I'll begin. Our format is going to be much like it has been in the past. We're going to have staff presentation, and then we're going to have some preliminary comments from this board, and then we're going to go out to the public. And I know that we already have some folks that have filled out comment cards. I'd be remiss if I didn't let folks know that we had a 7-hour meeting in November, our last meeting. And we certainly want to hear public's comment. And I'm hoping, though, that if things have been already stated at the November meeting, that we try to make public comment oriented toward new material. Now, obviously, that is up to you and your discretion, but in the interest of time, at least one of our members will have to leave earlier today, and we're hoping to bring finality to what could be a fantastic community project. Just a reminder, each table has a mic, and each table has a table mic. So let's make certain that we speak into this so people in the audience can hear, and also not shuffle around papers, because the small mic, which is used to memorialize the minutes, will pick up any background noise. So with that, I'm going to pass it on over to staff, but first begin with a call to order and a pledge of allegiance. If everyone could please stand.
Okay. There's the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Borges?
Present.
Mr. Fraser?
Here.
Mr. Brandau?
Here.
Mr. Oliver?
Here.
Mr. Medina?
Here.
Mr. Jansen?
Here.
Ms. Vance? Here. Mr. Gresham?
Here.
Mr. Donnelly?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here.
Ms. Lutetti? Here. Ms. Finn?
Here.
Ms. Foreman? Here. Mr. Gibson?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Okay. Moving on to public comment and business from the floor. This is not the public comment portion that is specific to this item, so I'm also hoping that folks don't try to speak twice, but this is a public comment portion. Is there any member of the public that wishes to use this initial period to make a public comment on any matter?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Sharon Weaver with the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. Well, at the last meeting, there seemed to be some confusion about the project that was originally proposed at Savannah River Ranch back in the mid-1980s. And just to make sure that none of you were confused about that issue, I took the liberty of copying off a couple of pages from the 1985 City of Fresno draft EIR on that project, just so that you would have all of that information available. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public?
Yes, I'm Bob Getz. I live at the Wildwood Mobile Home Park for seniors. And just to give you a quick update, I got a hold of the state of California. This is concerning our flood in January of 2017 and our banks that have been eroded. The state is still working on trying to figure out who to help us out. As of this date, nothing's happened. So it's been almost a year. Another thing I would like to ask the board maybe put on the agenda for next time is Wildwood, the Wildwood Natural Park is really in desperate repair, and we need someone to find some money somewhere. This board, I'd like to put it on the agenda that possibly the board can put or ask the Department of Parks and Recreation to maybe take over Wildwood Natural Park, because I think they do a wonderful job up at Millerton. And so I'm thinking this would be a perfect way for them to help out and make this park beautiful again, because it is sick. Anyway, we just pulled out a couple of 3 or 4 big, huge logs out of the river that people have cut down and went across the river where you can't even navigate it. So anyway, I'm going to keep this short. I just like to have your help some way, somehow, put it on the agenda, and let's start talking about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to comment? If anyone else wishes to comment, please stand and step forward. to the
Yeah,
lectern.
my name's John Blockowski, just representing the public, and I concerned about the lack of the extra board member hasn't been added, and I wonder who, what, when are eligible to request to be on board, and I wonder if that could be brought up on the agenda maybe next time, or possibly today if somebody could be nominated and put on the board today. Thank you.
You know what, we normally don't comment or discuss during
Okay.
public comment, but I'll refer this matter over to the executive director, and
Okay.
she can reach out to you after the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, let's move to business from the floor. Board members, so good to see you guys again. Do we have business from the floor?
Yeah,
Yes.
and actually, it's in regards to the last public comment. The person that needs to be there is from the Madera County side. They need to live or operate a business along the river. My office had put out feelers to the entire area along the river. We received one person that was interested. We approved that by the Board of Supervisors in February. It's on the governor's desk since February, and that's why there's not a 15th member.
Any other comments, colleagues? Okay, just a little housekeeping. We also do not have punch-up technology here. So like last time, I need if you could get my attention by raising your hands or kind of nudging someone that you wish to speak. I'm going to do my best to go around this way and around this way, so we're equitable in the amount of folks that can talk and when they can talk. Also, this blue light after Melinda's presentation will be shut off so we're not blinded in this process. So, all right, nothing further. Moving on to item C, additions to the agenda. Any proposed additions to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right, seeing none, moving on to D, and no one gets to use this to get out of today's decision. Potential conflicts of interest. Any potential conflicts of interest to be disclosed? Seeing none, moving on to the minutes. Approval of minutes from the November 15, 2017 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we have to do roll call.
Sir, if you'd like, we can skip roll call because we don't have anybody participating by
Oh my gosh, you're so
teleconference.
right. We're so accustomed to doing
Although-
roll call.
Although you may want to do it for the main attraction, but yeah. I
Well, for purposes of the minutes, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this one.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Warnick?
Did you call me?
Yes.
Abstain.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
Mr. Brandow?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Spina?
Yes.
Mr. Jansen?
Yes.
Ms. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Gresham?
Yes.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Ms. Bessie?
Yes.
Ms. Finn?
Yes.
Ms. Foreham? Yes. Mr. Gibson?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar, and there is none. We will get straight into business. The reason why we're all here. Moving on to G1, consider and take action on approval of the River West Fresno Eaton Trail Extension proposed project or Alternative 1 or Alternative 5B, including adoption of findings and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. With that, I will pass it on over to our fearless leader, Executive Director Melinda Marks.
Thank you. Good morning, board members, chair, and members of the public. The presentation today will focus on the new material that's been presented since, or been prepared since the last meeting. So after providing an opportunity for public comment today, let me go ahead and advance the slide. The board has already approved the River West Fresno Eaton Trail Extension EIR at the November 15th meeting. And today, after approving opportunity, or providing opportunity for public comment, we recommend that you deliberate and take action. There's the ability for the board to move to approve either the proposed project, Resolution 17-02 PP, or Alternative 5B, Resolution 17-02, Alternative 5B, or Alternative 1, Resolution 17-02, Alternative 1. Staff recommends at the very least that the board approve the proposed project through approval of Resolution 17-02 PP and its attachments, which includes direction to staff to pursue the additional access alternatives and see which ones can be expedited best. We'll talk more about the different alternatives and so forth, but that said, the board did provide direction to staff with regard to development of the resolutions that are in front of you today.
Sorry, last time you guys had this fill out cards.
Sorry, sir. Sir,
Are we still going to be able to talk? I wish to speak, but
sir,
Yeah,
there are cards in the back.
I filled one out there, but I believe I should have spoke earlier.
No,
Are we still going to call?
absolutely. By all means. We won't forget you. Go ahead.
Right, so the other public comment period were on items other than the one we're considering right now. So we'll get to that after we make some presentations here. So the board directed staff to provide documentation necessary for the board to approve either Alternative 1 or Alternative 5B, reminding the board and the public that both of those are inclusive of the proposed project elements. We'll be referring to those as sort of the core elements or the fundamental elements that will occur, we hope, no matter which of the three that you were to select. Resolution 17-02, Alternative 5B, would approve Alternative 5B and ensure reasonable progress is made through implementing 5B, toward implementing 5B, and if such progress is not made, the board would reconsider Alternative 1, recalling that 5B was found in the EIR to have less than significant impacts. Resolution 17-02, Alternative 1, there were two different ways to go about approval of Alternative 1, as the board discussed. The way it's set forth in the resolution before you today, the approval of Alternative 1 would not be conditioned on installation of a traffic signal. Therefore, you would be finding that it has a significant and unavoidable impact. And the resolution includes a statement of overriding considerations, so a finding that there's a great deal of benefit having to do with Alternative 1, and that benefit overrides the significant unavoidable impacts. And it also must include findings that your other alternatives that have less than significant impacts are not feasible. So you'll see all those things in the findings, a number of statements of evidence that 5B, if you were to approve that set of findings, that 5B is not feasible. I'm not sure that I'm totally organized on. Okay, yes. So as I said, the The proposed project, presented in resolution blah, 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 PP, is the core elements of the project: parking for 50 spaces at Perrin Avenue, 3 additional horse trailering spaces, a 2.4-mile extension of the Eaton Trail, picking up where the Eaton Trail currently, its current terminus is at Highway 41. This would continue that trail under Highway 41 and across the Conservancy's property for nearly 2.5 miles to Spano Park. There'd be a staircase at Spano Park. Remember some of these core elements because it's key to some of the discussion of costs that we get into later. It was found to have less than significant environmental impacts with mitigation. There are a number of mitigation measures the board would be adopting to reduce the impacts to less than significant. The proposed project, if you were to just approve the proposed project elements, it would direct that resolution includes direction to staff to continue to work towards resolving the implementation issues associated with the added access alternatives that the board has been trying to work out for proximity within the city of Fresno. The proposed project has some very strong attributes. It is consistent with Conservancy policy, parkway policies. It's all on state-owned property. It could be implemented under your own discretion. And it is a modest project. It was intended to be modest so that we could find the operations and maintenance resources that we need to, as soon as possible, begin implementing the construction of that trail. So there's the core project is built on a pretty strong foundation. And there's a diagram of the proposed project in case we need to refer back to it. By now, most people are probably pretty familiar with the elements of the proposed project. Oh, I would add that the proposed project includes pedestrian and bicycle access from the Riverview Drive, Churchill, and Spano Park. So there are other entrances. They just would not be public vehicle entrances. Alternative 1 would add would be an added access alternative. It's called added parking in the EIR. It would create an improved access roadway and parking for 40 vehicles, sort of in the midway point of the project, coming off of Riverview Drive. The traffic impact for the intersection of Audubon Drive and Del Mar Avenue was identified as a significant impact based on level of service and delays at the, and that reminds me, I probably am one of those that did not turn my phone off. So I might have to do that when I get a break here, but I won't be distracted. For the rest of you, though, so there's 2 ways to approve Alternative 1 added and the added entrance at Riverview Drive. One would be to proceed only after an appropriate traffic control, which would be the traffic signal designed by the City of Fresno and installed by the City of Fresno. Basically proceed with that entrance only after that traffic signal was installed. The other way is as proposed in Resolution 1702, Alternative 1, which is proceed without this condition. There was a concern expressed that waiting for the traffic signal would be an inordinate delay in the project. So this would allow you to, as soon as the O&M is available, proceed with developing this entrance. You would make a statement of overriding considerations, and you would reject the other alternatives. All of that is built into the resolution that's presented to the board today. So again, the findings and facts of findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations is in that 17-02 Alternative 1. It would recognize that the alternative will result in significant and unavoidable impacts rather than that the impacts would be mitigated by the traffic signal. It would acknowledge the benefits of proceeding with the project and it would identify very specific, I think it's on page 25 or 26, very specific items in evidence that the 5B is infeasible, among others. It would direct staff, however, it also would direct staff to continue to work with the City of Fresno to resolve issues and move forward with a traffic signal and cost sharing at the earliest opportunity. So primarily, again, we don't have pointers today, and I'm sorry that for some of these, you're looking over the shoulders. You've got your PowerPoint slides in front of you in your packet. But primarily, we're looking at the added yellow line there that would proceed from the midpoint of the project to an additional parking area. And, as noticed several times in many discussions, the City of Fresno and County of Fresno object to this because there are specific policies in the city general plan that say that access to the parkway in the vicinity of specifically at Riverview Drive, should be only pedestrian and bicycle access, which would be accommodated by the proposed project, and additional access would be created by Alternative 1. Alternative 5B is called the North Palm Added Access Alternative. It was found to have less than significant environmental effects. So therefore, you do not have to make the statement of overriding considerations. You do not have to address the viability of the other alternatives. It would direct staff, as introduced by Mr. Brandau last meeting, it's very similar to his direction in the board discussion. It would direct staff to provide periodic status reports to the board at future public meetings. And if in the board's discretion reasonable progress is not made to accomplish Alternative 5B, the board would return to considering Alternative 1 under the EIR. And the Alternative 5B would create, instead of a parking area in the midpoint of the project area, it would create a parking area to the far downstream end. You can see the little grove of trees down there. It would have a roadway descending the bluff. It would take out, I believe, the removal of 5 sycamores that they're mature sycamores. The parking lot would be located on a piece of property that's in private ownership, and we'll discuss further what the plans are and what the constraints have been associated with that parking area. So a lot of the discussion at the last board meeting was, how are we going to implement this? What are the tasks and timelines that are involved before we get to the point of actually having this available to the public after the board approves the environmental documentation? So the very first task would be to develop, and when I say develop, it's basically find a commitment to long-term operations and maintenance for the trail facility and the parking areas, cleaning restrooms, removing trash, doing the kinds of activities that Mr. Gresham oversees all of the time with regards to parks. This is limited to a 2-mile, open space area, 2-mile trail, and 1 or 2 parking lots. But funding sources and partnerships are necessary in order for us to secure the operations and maintenance funding. The City of Fresno could use Measure C funds to help. For those of you that are not local, that's a local sales tax measure. And some funding would be available for trail operations and maintenance from Measure C. It's not enough to support the project over the long term or fully support all of the costs of the project, but it's a source that's available. The staff report notes that also it's reasonable to think that we'd be charging some sort of user fee for parking. And concession agreements are possible, but I doubt very much that we could develop a concession agreement that would keep this open 7 days a week and so forth. So without long-term commitments to provide operations and maintenance, the Conservancy would not be able to invest in construction of the project. I forget what the next slide says, but remembering that we've talked about the city being one of the primary partners, the city operates the other segments of the Lewis-Eaton Trail. They operate the segment from Copper River Ranch to this terminus where it will connect up with this new trail. They operate the Riverside segment of the Lewis-Eaton Trail, and they obviously operate parks and recreation and trails throughout the metropolitan area. Continuing with the tasks and timelines that are necessary, in terms of developing capital improvements, the Conservancy does have capital improvement funds through the various bond acts that have already been approved by the voters. There's a remaining balance of about, last I looked, 29 million. There were a couple recent approvals by the Wildlife Conservation Board, but we're still in that general range. The board sets priorities for the funding. The funds, this 29 million would be adequate to build the most moderate parts of this project, perhaps say the proposed project, and accomplish some of the other higher priority projects that we're currently looking at. There's the River Vista project, there's a number of possible acquisitions, there's the Ball Ranch acquisition is currently in negotiations or in appraisals actually. So when you look at that 29 million, it has to be spread across all of the needs in the parkway and not just all directed to this one particular project. But you do have a lot of resources available to you, and you do have the board sets the priorities. So, and some things come online sooner than others. So there's some opportunistic issues you have to deal with. What's the best opportunity at the best time? The other issue to develop the capital improvements is normally we would be looking for a grantee to step forward and develop the capital improvements at this project site. Or the Conservancy could contract with the State Department of General Services to build the project. So if we were successful, for instance, in partnering with the City of Fresno, we would develop long-term tenure with the City of Fresno at the project site, and they would help us engineer and build the project using our capital funds, using our grant funds. If we work with the Department of General Services, then the Conservancy must do all of that contracting in conjunction with the Department of General Services. And based on my experience, I would sort of tell the board that the dollar amounts we've been talking about today have not been based on the idea that we would be working through the Department of General Services. I think the costs would be, there'd be an additional overhead cost if we work through the Department of General Services. Within any capital improvement grant, there's a requirement for the grantee to commit to operating and maintaining the site for 30 years. So that's why we talk about this need for long-term operations and maintenance. The tasks related, to develop alternative one. Again, the findings that are prepared today do not condition or require that a traffic signal be installed first. Nonetheless, the resolution would direct staff to work with the city to secure installation of the signal. A signal could be accelerated if the Conservancy included the signal as a mitigation measure instead of this other route, and then you could advance funding and receive reimbursement. That's what we know, what we believe right now. We haven't investigated it any further than we knew last meeting. The City of Fresno has noted that a general plan amendment may be required for any discretionary decision by the City Council that might have a nexus to the project. However, as we've stated many times before, the improvements for the project would actually occur on state lands, and we do not need to secure City Council approval or a general plan amendment to install the improvements on Conservancy property. one of the issues that people talked about is, yes, we would need to design and build a new access road at Alternative 1. The driveway that's there right now is basically a single lane driveway to carry the folks out to their residence. The property surrounds two private residences. And we would have to build a new paved road with drainage improvements and so forth all the way to the new parking area. We would also have to create some sort of gate or something so people didn't proceed off to the private homes. So there are improvements associated with Alternative 1. It's not just sitting there ready for us to use as is. Moving on to the task to develop Alternative 5B. This is a lot of new information since the last meeting. The San Joaquin River Access Corporation, which is the name of the new nonprofit that was formed, has entered into an option agreement to purchase the parking area. The group intends, if necessary, to maintain the underlying ownership even as we were to develop any parkway features there, so they would enter into agreements with us rather than if it becomes a big sticking point to transfer ownership to the state due to the fact that there were underlying construction wastes at the site. They not only intend to develop and secure approval of a post-closure land use plan, but they have begun the submission process to the County of Fresno. And there's information that was provided, given the Thanksgiving holiday, I think we had about, 11 working days between the last board meeting and this board meeting to put all this material together. So very late in the process, we did receive an email from the County of Fresno of their assessment of what are the underlying issues at the 5B 11-acre property, what evidence do they have right now or reports do they have right now, and what would be their requirements. So their email, which is in your staff report, I'm looking at pages 6 and 7, is that they've approved the land use plan in concept, which means they've approved putting a parking lot and trail connections on top of the construction waste site. They've made a statement that the landfill already has adequate cover on it, that no further phase 2 or landfill cover is required. So they're satisfied that there's no leachate, there's no methane. It was in fact construction in an inert waste disposal site. If I understand what the proposal would be right now is the land use would sit on top of that cover. So we'd need to bring in additional fill to make sure that the parking area and the trail and so forth did not disturb what they consider to be the final landfill cover. So you would need to bring in fill enough maybe for the kind of vegetation that you're establishing there and so forth. The county states, I'll give you a chance in just a second, and there's more to come on this, but the county states that after conceptual approval of this post-closure land use plan, they would need to review the final engineering plans, and that would be a 60 to 90-day review. The other agencies that are involved are the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Air Pollution Control District usually reviews these post-closure land use plans for landfill gas and methane, which is methane, and the Air Pollution Control Board might waive that requirement to review since there has not been found to be any methane involved at this site. Methane's generated by the organic waste. They've determined that these are not organic wastes at this site, so there's not issues with leachate and methane. Did we want to ask questions now or cover the whole thing?
Okay, go please.
So in Impact 511.11 in the EIR that's on page 30 of agenda item G1, that talks about the need for a phase 2, that was from the EIR before before you had this additional information from the county, is that right?
That's right, and because I received this so late, I didn't revise the entire agenda item, and I'm sorry about that, but.
No, I just wanted to make sure that that was what I thought was happening.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So, and I had indicated at the last meeting that I understood, we had done some phase two. There'd been some additional work. I believe Sharon Weaver reported that the Kleinfelder report that they're relying on was actually generated by the Parkway Trust when the Parkway Trust was trying to secure the property. There's been other work out at the site. And so it really, all of us were saying, well, we think this, we think that, but what we really needed was for the county health to weigh in on this post-closure land use plan. It's a conceptual plan, but it would be followed by the engineering reports. So that's where we land right now, and there may be in some of the backup documentation, there may be some things that don't directly reflect this new information that we have. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay, I think I already went over this probably. This is the information dated December 7th, 2017 in an email, and I believe they've shared additional feedback with the nonprofit group that the parcel contains inert debris, concrete, and asphalt. There's no landfill gas or leachate. Final cover has been achieved. No additional cover or cap is required to say that it's final cover of the landfill. And so addition of soils and asphalt on the parking area is being proposed. This would further direct any kind of rainfall and the kinds of things that accumulate on parking lots, oils and things like that, are directed away from the construction waste. And so therefore it kind of, in effect, reduce the permeability of the cover materials that have already been placed on the site. I think I've covered a lot of this. Let's see. So they've noted that the specific plan and engineered design must address soil placement, drainage, and erosion, where the paved areas are, where the landscaped areas are, and again, no additional phase two subsurface. So when we talk about phase two, we're talking about subsurface investigations. They find that what they've got now is adequate. I think I've covered that adequately for now. One of the questions was, and I already covered this as well, is I'm kind of following the staff report, but I'm maybe ad-libbing a little too much. Again, there was a lot of discussion about alternative one. It's locked and loaded and ready to go. The entrance at Riverview Drive is there. And this is just making the point that there is the necessity to construct a paved and landscaped parking area, curb gutter drainage, 30-foot wide striped access road. That new road would be about 0.5 miles long, half a mile long. That's when we get into some of the costs. Again, new information coming in on the costs. When the city and I started realizing what the board was trying to do, a side-by-side comparison of alternative 1 to alternative 5B, we realized that the city's costs for alternative 5B were generated off of Blair Church and Flynn's site plan, which recognized the stairway. The stairway is actually a core part of the project. It's a fundamental part of the proposed project, and to also include it in 5B was duplicating the cost. So City of Fresno, not we, but the City of Fresno took the stairway out. I put the stairway into the proposed project costs. The City of Fresno found some discrepancies between how the pavement, some of the folks are in the audience that were there last meeting are here today. Let me see if I get this right, but basically they made sure that the pavement cost calculations for alternative 1, they were using the same kinds of factors for alternative 5B. They weren't saying, well, we did this last January and the unit costs were this and now we're doing it for another. So they matched them up. So what we came up with, I have limited resources, but had developed sort of the compiled cost for the proposed project at $4 million-ish. Alternative one would be an additional $2 million plus the shared cost of the traffic signal. Upfront cost about $400,000, reimbursement for that part of it that was not our proportionate share. For alternative 5B, the earlier estimate that included the staircase, that included some mismatched calculations and assumptions, now is in the range of $4 million. And so we've got $4 million-ish for the proposed project. Alternative one, again, we're going back to that same dilemma we had last time. Alternative one is a 10% design. It's a conceptual design. They're doing the best they can to project engineering costs for a conceptual design. And then alternative 5B is a design where they've done the geotechnical work. They know what kinds of slope stability and technical issues they need to deal with at 5B. It's a 30% design. It's a more reliable cost estimate than the other two. Okay, I wanted to show the board that they did in fact do a lot of detailed cost estimating. This slide is not for everybody to see every single line item, but I did want to bring the board's attention.
We can't even see it.
I'm sorry?
Got it in a larger size.
So the board has the staff report. It's got the same numbers that I just summarized. What I wanted to bring attention to for the board is there's a highlighted part in yellow at the very bottom where alternative 5B has an additional $900,000 costs for environmental and permits. And the engineers and I would suggest that that's a pretty hefty estimate now, given what we received from County Health Department. So that what is now a 4 point, that's my phone that I forgot to turn off.
Oh, and Melinda, I think you have a typo right there on this, right?
Yeah, I saw a typo earlier, but I'm not seeing the typo there. I wanted to pull out my copy of that, though, real quick here. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So we've got, for alternative one, at the bottom, it's got 2.465 for the cost of alternative one, but that includes the $400,000 for the traffic signal up front. You following me? Then for alternative 5B, you've got 4.017 million, but that includes probably about $800,000 worth of environmental remediation costs that are not really not reflecting the county health's determination that there's already landfill cover in place. This was assuming there was no landfill cover in place and that we would have to go out and get a new land use plan approved and so forth. I would also suggest to the board that of that $900,000, it was never the Conservancy's intent, mine, to propose that the state would be responsible for that remediation kind of cost. So one way or the other, I think that puts the total cost of 5B at less than $4 million. And I'll answer your question in just one second. And then the projected costs for alternative, for the proposed project are looser. They were done based on unit costs from our recent projects. They now include the cost of the staircase, and it's right about 4.1 million. Still in the same range, 3.8 to 4.1 million. And would you like me to entertain Mr. Gibson's question?
Please.
Thank you. Just, I was going to ask about your per square foot price on concrete gutter, but only to bring up the point that I wanted to thank you for the incredible amount of detail you're providing us here. This is very helpful. And my point regarding costs is alternative 5B includes the acquisition of land or the use of land that's not already in our project. I know the parking lot is 11 acres. does our land go right up to the parking lot, or are we using additional land to implement, if we implemented 5B? And how much is that land, and what might be your ballpark guess on the additional land the Conservancy acquires by moving forward on 5B?
Okay, so 5B, the underlying ownerships is Conservancy's piece goes right up to the end of the ponding basin there. So, so down on the floodplain, we're only talking about the additional option parcel that the nonprofit took on. They do not intend to sell that, like their option agreement, if this all went forward as they propose, is costing them $110,000. They're not expecting to sell that property to us at all, or for more than fair market value if we were to, or for fair market value. They would sell it to us for their cost. So that's $100. And then the city of Fresno owns Spano Park and owns the Bluff Face. And it's our understanding from everything we've received that the city of Fresno would not expect us to buy that. They would be participating in the project as well. We'd descend the Bluff Face on city of Fresno Park property. So there's no additional land acquisition costs that are substantial to implement 5B or to implement Alternative 1 or to implement the proposed project. As far as the detail, except for the little scribbles on the right-hand side that are really me getting my best available information, Andrew Bonelli, I believe, is in the audience from the city of Fresno, and Scott Mosier. I remember last meeting I said, you're asking me for information that I don't have the capability to develop, which was the costs of Alternative 1. And the city of Fresno has engineers, and they've been, they have been very helpful during this process, providing services that are not available to us.
No, you've answered my question, and just, I think the way to just, if I understood it right, 5B has an additional land use of 11 acres at no additional no significantly additional cost to the Conservancy.
That's right.
Thank you.
Melinda, I got a question, and Will does too. I'm not real great on math, which is why I became an attorney. But can you just quickly go over, so it's 2.0 roughly for Alternative 1, plus an extra, let's say 500,000 on the city, so for a total of 2.5 between Conservancy and city investment with a light. Is that correct?
And we would be contributing toward a portion of that cost of the light.
Where you lost me was the 4 million. Do we deduct an amount from that 4 million based on, you said, a 900 or 800,000?
My judgment and the engineers that put this together, they pointed out that 900,000 was assuming that there was no final cover on the construction site, and County Health is saying the final cover on the site is construction waste site. County's saying that the final cover is adequate. So, and we also were judging that we may have to do additional investigations. So yes, that $900,000 appears to be too high.
So would it be safe to say that, well, maybe not safe, but reasonable to say that it drops to 3.2, 3.1-ish?
Let's say safe. Let's say 500,000 less,
Okay,
3.5. You only know what you know.
That's true.
But I'm pointing out that, in fact, that includes some assumptions that don't appear to be true now.
Okay.
So
just
it's
so
on
I'm
the high
clear,
end.
2.5 for Conservancy and city costs for Alternative 1, approximately 3.5 for 5B. A 1 million differential?
Yeah, you're lumping all of the traffic signal costs in, because they would have to build the traffic signal, but they're building it for their own benefits as well. So,
Okay.
so yeah, give it, yes.
All right, Will?
And excuse me, Justin Cheat? Could you dig in my purse and pull out my phone and turn it off? Thank you.
Yeah, Will's going to go in. Julie?
I'm sorry, so that distracted me. I'm back in business here.
Linda,
wanted to pivot back to Paul's earlier question about potential property ownership.
Maybe the mic.
Yeah, that one's not wired, so we can pass it around, given that it's noisy.
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
I wanted to pivot back to Paul's question about potential property ownership. Now, I know this agency has made efforts in the past to purchase that subject property, but there have been obviously concerns with contamination as well as potential cleanup costs and who would cover those costs, so we haven't been able to do that. But with the developments that we've received from the county, as far as remediation that's already occurred, the level or lesser amount of contamination that's on site, if we were in a position to buy that property, with that information, do you foresee any additional hurdles or hurdles from being able to buy that land if we had a willing seller and if it was a position of this board to move down that road?
Can I ask a follow-up question? Mine was almost the same.
When we looked at the property previously, what we were looking for was a letter from the county that said no further actions required. And if that's what we could receive, then given that we have, when we acquire property, Wildlife Conservation Board must approve it, Department of General Services must approve it. Department of General Services has become, in the past, they're the ones that are going to look really closely at that chain of title and chain of responsibility. But that's what we were looking for when we went to acquire the property in the first place, and what the property owner did not achieve.
So based on the information that's been presented to us, so long as we're willing to move forward in that regard, that could be a possibility if this board.
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
And
Julie,
did
you
I
have a-
forget to mention about, I'll discuss the easement conditions, I know.
Julie, did that answer your question?
I just want to follow up. So I thought the San Joaquin River Access Corporation, a newly formed nonprofit, was agreeing to purchase the property and be the permanent fee title holder. Now I'm hearing that maybe we're thinking about the state retaining fee title, because I think we still have some potential hurdles with DES and WCB, even with the
Right.
county saying it's
Right.
clean.
What I see is you don't need to make that decision today about whether you're acquiring the property or whether they maintain ownership. They're offering to maintain ownership if that's the way we want it to go. Okay? Now, the option agreement that they have entered into includes an unusual easement. And Mr. Oliver and I were looking at the conditions in the easement. It basically provides the Spano ownership that still will maintain ownership of the parcel up above. It creates this easement that's, as far as I can tell, is to protect the view shed for his parcel up above, because he proposes in the future to develop, really take advantage of that view. And what page was that on? I see Mr. Oliver over there trying to find it.
Page 2, Exhibit C, the easement deed.
Yeah, and it basically says that the current owner, who will maintain ownership of the parcel above, would be able to review and approve our plans for the parking lot. That concedes a certain amount of control. It says it won't be reasonably withheld, but it does add another layer of future issues to resolve. So,
Do you want to,
I assume we were going to talk about that later.
yeah.
Melinda,
Right.
do you wish to complete your staff report?
And that was one of the items I wanted to make sure was in here. We're almost to the end of the staff report. That was most of the new information that's available to the board. Costs, implementation, information from the nonprofit group. It's in that whole exhibit. They've provided their articles of incorporation, their option agreement, and then this easement's in the packet. So, we've already approved, the board has already approved and certified the final EIR. And based on that, you may approve the project, you can approve the proposed project or an alternative. Each of the findings includes approval of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program specific to that set of findings. So for alternative 1, it approves the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, but notes that we do not have full control over the installation of the traffic signal. Therefore, the specific finding is that it would be a significant unavoidable impact, and goes on to identify why 5B is infeasible among all the other, as well as all the other alternatives. So your findings are there. You need to make the motions relative to the resolutions that are in front of you. Staff and legal counsel, I forgot to introduce again, Christina Morkner-Brown, legal counsel from the Department of Justice, and of course Mike Crow, our own legal counsel from Department of Justice. But we stand by if you have specific revisions you want to make sure that we've got these all buttoned up just right. But yeah, the resolution, the motions should generally follow the resolution, you know, basically be approval of the resolutions, the attached findings, and mitigation measures. The findings need to be supported by the evidence in the record. The proposed project and alternative 5B have less than significant impacts with the identified mitigation. And then, as I noted, alternative 1 found a significant traffic impact that requires the signal to be installed by the City of Fresno to reduce that impact to a less than significant level. The resolution that you have in front of you would proceed with the entrance and make the required findings of a significant unavoidable impact. The other opportunity is to condition the approval of that additional entrance upon waiting for the traffic signal to be installed first before you would do that part of the improvements. You could proceed with the other elements of the proposed project, but you would not implement that entrance until the traffic signal was available to help mitigate the traffic impact that we found. We're back to the recommendation, provide an opportunity for public comment, deliberate and take action. You've got 3 possible resolutions in front of you, and we recommend at the very least that the board approve the proposed project to bring these benefits to the public. And then, you know, if you choose, you can add the access alternative, one or the other today. Or if you approve the proposed project resolution, it'll direct staff to continue to work on this long-term thing called the Parkway Master Plan, adding additional points of access, adding additional trail segments, adding canoe launches, and so forth as we go.
Thank you, Melinda. We're going to invite up Bruce Rudd from the City of Fresno, former city manager and representative of Mayor Lee Brand.
Oh,
Blue light now?
this is the one that's been passed out to the board. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? Thank you for reminding me.
Mr. Rudd, this has already been provided
Oh,
today.
okay, thank you.
Can we, before you begin, Bruce,
Yes.
can we make certain that the light is turned off on the back?
Oh, yeah. Josh and Jeet's headed up. Okay. Staff is headed up to fix that.
So good morning.
Bruce, can you just hold tight for a second?
Yes.
Excuse me. We're trying to get this light turned off.
Okay.
Did you wear your sunscreen this morning?
Okay, I want to make certain. Do we have, there we go. Okay, Mr. Rudd.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to meet with you again. Happy holidays to all of you. I'm not going to read into the record the letter from Mayor brand as you already have it before you. I think it's important for the record, though, to reiterate the mayor's absolute and unequivocal support for public access to the San Joaquin River. As he goes on, he believes, after a lot of due diligence and review, that he believes that access at Palmanese, or Alternative 5B, is the best choice and the only option that provides convenient access for our entire community. With that, I would like to discuss, I think, a topic that is relevant to your deliberations, and I think your executive director has conveyed this particular issue quite well. Unlike maybe some of the other speakers who will come before you this morning, and at the last meeting, I'm not going to go into the reasons why the city of Fresno, or repeat the reasons why the city of Fresno supports Alternative 5B. We've made it abundantly clear in previous presentations, documents, analysis, expending resources on engineering studies to validate both the feasibility and the costs associated with this alternative. What I do want to speak to is how today's decision should or will affect future discussions, and more importantly, the feasibility of actually delivering this project. When we first introduced 5B, there was a lot of conversation about feasibility. And as you go forward with your deliberations, I would ask you to take that in mind and consider that in your deliberations and ultimately the decision that you will be making today. As your executive director and her staff report clearly conveys, the city of Fresno is the most likely partner for future operations and maintenance of the new trail facilities at River West. The report goes on, and as your PowerPoint showed, that under any circumstances, whether it's Alternative 1 or Alternative 5B, the Conservancy must reinitiate discussions with the city of Fresno to identify long-term operations and maintenance resources. And absent such a commitment, the Conservancy would not invest in engineering, permitting, or construction, which is prudent. Why would you go out and build anything if you don't have the resources to adequately maintain it over the long term? Our Parks Master Plan that I will be presenting to the council tomorrow touches on that exact issue. The report also implies that the Conservancy envisions the issuance of a grant that would be used to fund the cost of constructing various improvements, and identifies the city of Fresno, or possibly the State General Services Department, as a possible way for that work to be completed. The staff report also highlights that a condition of accepting such a grant, that the grantee would also be willing to assume or fund the ongoing costs of operations and maintenance for the next 30 years. With that, the commission needs to consider how today's vote could impact the tone and tenor of future conversations, as well as the overall feasibility of delivering this project. In either scenario, a future conversation with the state of California about managing this project, as well as funding the ongoing cost of operation and maintenance for 30 years, will likely be short. In other words, unless one of the state representatives sitting here today thinks differently, the answer from the state will be, yeah, we might be able to help you build it, but we cannot and do not have the funds to help you maintain it. So the next conversation would likely be with the city of Fresno, who has made it abundantly clear as to which alternative that it would support. In the case of Alternative 1, imagine, if you would for a moment, the following conversation between your executive director and someone with the city of Fresno. Good morning. City of Fresno, this is the San Joaquin Conservancy, and we'd like to schedule a meeting to discuss next steps and a new grant opportunity that we'd like the city to consider. Well, hey, good morning, Conservancy. Good morning, Melinda. It's been months. It's good to hear from you. How you been? We've been good. We're great. Thank you. So exactly what do you want to discuss? Well, we were hoping that we could schedule some time in order to discuss the following topics. We'd really appreciate it if you could update us on the funding, processing, and support from your council and your mayor for a general plan amendment. Okay. What else would you like to talk about? Well, we'd also like to discuss a reimbursement agreement for a traffic signal that the Conservancy needs to install at Audubon Del Mar. Okay? We'd also like to discuss extending bus service by more than a mile in order to provide access at Del Mar and Audubon, and possibly Perrin and State Route 41, if we have time. And we also would like to discuss this wonderful grant opportunity that we have, in which the city would be reimbursed for the construction of all the improvements contained in Alternative 1, with the exception of the traffic signal, because we also think you should pay a portionate share of that as well. But I do need to tell you that by accepting this grant, the City of Fresno would also be responsible for funding the ongoing costs of operations and maintenance for the next 30 years. So envision that, that response being, let's see if I got this straight. The Conservancy wants to know what the status is of a general plan amendment for an alternative that the city does not support. Yes. Okay. And the Conservancy wants to be reimbursed for the cost of a traffic signal needed to mitigate the traffic impacts associated with an alternative that the city did not support. Yes. Okay, and the Conservancy wants the city to fund the cost of extending bus service by more than a mile in order to provide access for an alternative that the city didn't support. And the Conservative wants the city to now apply for a grant to construct the improvements associated with an alternative that it did not support, with the exception of being the cost of the traffic signal, as the Conservancy still believes the city should pay a proportionate share of that improvement. And that by accepting that grant, or this grant, that the city would also agree to fund the ongoing costs of operations and maintenance over the next 30 years, again, for an alternative that the city did not support. Did I capture everything? Yeah, that pretty much covers it. Is that a threat? Go ahead. May I finish?
Folks,
Okay,
please.
But let me finish. Okay, but I thought you were going to start to talk to the State Department of General Services about building this. Well, they might agree to build it, but they're not going to pay for the ongoing cost of operation and maintenance. So what I just described to you is intended to illustrate a reality that the Commission needs to strongly consider when deliberating which two of the alternatives is really the most feasible, and how today's vote is just the beginning of other conversations, as your executive director has alluded to, that will need to occur over the next several months. In closing, I want to again emphasize Mayor Brand's support for public access to the San Joaquin River, and that Alternative B is the best choice and the only option that provides convenient access for all the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Can I wait? All right, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Red. So, if the San Joaquin River Access Corporation retains fee title of the, I'll call it the landfill parcel for lack of a better description, would the city be willing to hold an access easement on it? Has that been discussed?
I think those are things that could be discussed over the next 18 months, again, pursuant to the motion that was made by Member Brandow. There are some things that need to be further refined. Easements are one thing. The other issue, for example, is since the Conservancy chose to do a programmatic environmental and not a project environmental, we'll also need to have a discussion about what other improvements are envisioned down there, because that will also have an impact on a future decision as to whether or not the city wants to engage in conversations around the long-term cost of operations and maintenance. So what I'm saying to you is that this is just one of a number of items that can be addressed over the next 18 months.
Thanks. And then second
Um,
question is if alternative B is approved by the board with the contingency, the 12 to 18 months progress, reasonable or acceptable progress, however it's worded, is the city committed to cooperating with the Conservancy on alternative one should alternative B be proven to be infeasible?
I believe that is clearly communicated in the mayor's letter to the commission.
Thank you.
I
Melinda,
need-
did you
yeah.
need to say something?
Yes, because I need to clear it up that this is a project-level EIR. We also have the Parkway Master Plan EIR out. It was out for review and approval almost concurrent with this one. It's programmatic, but this is clearly a project-level EIR. There's not all sorts of other,
Got it. Thank you.
bells and whistles to it.
Well, Mr. Rhoda, I think you missed your true calling, and that would be as a thespian. Very dramatic. All right, we have a representative from County of Fresno Health Department, Dave Palmaville, and after him, that will conclude staff presentation, and we'll bring it back to the board for initial discussions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I just wanted to comment that your executive director did a fine job of explaining the position of the county with regard to this specific parcel. We have spent a lot of time evaluating the whole Palm Knees area with regard to landfill impacts and disposal practices that have occurred really historically on properties there. And we've been successful at providing long-term post-closure land use options for many of the parcels. We were able to respond to the comments that were prepared and submitted to your board in a relatively timely manner because of the knowledge that our staff have about the particular site, the administrative record, the condition with regard to permitting, and so forth. And our conclusion is that the area that you're considering for placement of the parking lot has been received inert waste, concrete and asphalt. We have no other indications that anything else has been disposed of out there, and I can tell you that we have been monitoring that site. Our concerns really are more associated with the bluff edge that we have documented landfill gas at the top of the area in general vicinity to where the top of the cul-de-sac is. But with the configuration of the road and actually putting pen to paper and providing us with a specific diagram of where the proposed parking lot would be, we're confident in you being able to move forward in a timely manner. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Palmaville. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm just going to start off with just a few basic comments. Last November, last month, we had 7+ hours devoted to this issue. Extraordinary amount of public comment and a good, healthy amount of debate. I'm very excited that we are here today. I think at the end of the day, as I respond to my constituency, they want to know really one thing. Are we going to have a pathway? Are we going to have public access and parking? They want this to move forward, as do all of us here today. So I'm actually very excited that we've gone through a lot of research. We've gone through and involved ourselves on so many different levels that this day couldn't come soon enough for me. This is the end of my chairmanship. It's been an honor to serve as your chairman for the last 2 years. So this would be great to go out with a plan approved today. My successor will be our fearless leader from Madera starting next month. But I'll end with this. We're here to do the people's work, to look after the interests of our community, and part of that is making certain that we can deliver on what we are tasked to do. And that, in my opinion, requires us to move toward a path that brings about this project and maintains solid relations with key stakeholder groups. And I'm referring to it specifically the City of Fresno, the County of Fresno, and our sister state agencies. So I know that in the heat and the passion of advocacy, sometimes you lose track, and you want to win based on your position that you believe is in the best interest. But we have to take a step back. We need a project today. I will not be satisfied if we only move forward with the proposed project. In fact, I would consider that a failure. With all the money that we've spent and all the time invested, we are here today to approve a parking lot public access at least two places. One of 41 and the other on the south side of Fresno, of the river. So the big hiccup that I had heard from at the last meeting was, is 5B truly environmentally viable, legally and environmentally viable? When we heard from the leadership of county health that 5B, the way it is positioned, has only inert debris, meaning it's not wet with contamination that could derail this. To me, that was the light that I was looking for, that demonstrates that 5B is viable and does so in a way that avoids debilitating litigation that could derail this project indefinitely. And at the end of the day, we are all here fighting, whether you're an advocate of 1 or 5B, we are all here advocating for access for the community to this esteemed community asset. So with that, I will open it up to questions from my colleagues. Carl, I'm going to start on your end and move on way over if you wish to speak. Or questions specifically to staff.
I don't have any specific questions at this point. I do know that we have received a whole bunch of mail from different lawyers, and they all have a point that they don't agree on anything. And my main deal is, I hope the representative of the public who's paying for this project is the bond. And I think they deserve the greatest access possible. And to me, if it can be worked out, the best is to have 3 good points of access to a park that I would hope would be accessible to everyone and used by everyone, especially the city of Fresno, being that they're so close to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Jennifer?
My question's
Well, and the one down at the end is wireless. If you want to just pass that from one speaker to the next,
good
that
idea.
might save us a little bit. They didn't have more than one wireless.
Just kidding.
Thank you, that should work.
Thank you. My questions revolve around the option agreement and the exhibits to the option agreement. And so I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if that's more appropriate. I assume that a representative from the nonprofit or representatives will be speaking during public comment, and I can reserve my questions until that time,
Okay.
or I can ask them now, but I defer to you.
Why don't we go ahead and wait for
Okay.
public comment? This is just the initial comments from the board.
Thank you. Just to my colleagues, I think all of us went home after our last meeting and did a lot of homework. We sure did a lot of reading. And thank you to those of you that did submit an incredible amount of correspondence on it. In particular, I could hear the echoes of my very first boss in Fresno at the Bank of America, who told me, Paul, don't you bother with all your MBA fancy smancy stuff. Before you bring any deal here in front of me, you make sure you know who is on the other side of the table. And to that end, and maybe as my role as a private citizen on this board who has participated in the Fresno business community for the better part of 4 decades, I went to work to understand the structure of the San Joaquin River Access Corporation that came to us quite surprisingly in November. I think we've all received the packet. We see the signatures on. I would just share with you my estimation of their purpose and their care of their intent. I have determined in my mind that I think they're sincere. I think they're capable of pulling this off, and I think they're determined to do this for the benefit of access to the River Parkway. I did think it might be best to share with my colleagues, and this just by coincidence, one of the meetings I have attended in the interim was I, as a business person, own shares in a parking lot corporation. It's a parking lot on the corner of Fresno and Barstow. It has 5 shareholders. It does not over a landfill, but it comes with all the issues of owning a parking lot, but it also helps share and take care of the liability of having a parking lot. For those of you that know it, it's near the EECU, where amazingly, when teachers are there to do business, they are driving fast and furious to get in and out and back to their classrooms. So it is doable, and I was at least able to get quite far down the road in my own personal comfort with this relatively new idea for the 11 acres that would be added to the Conservancy.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for first acknowledging, I think, something that gets forgotten. We are a state agency. While we represent and while you have a lot of local residents here who get the most benefit out of what we do here, I will be looking after the state of California residents. There are many more that will be paying for whatever decision gets made here. Second of all, during the discussion, I hope it comes up with, like my colleague brought up too, the option agreement. Again, new information that was provided. That's lots of questions that we all have that I think will help form our decision later. I'd also like to ask at some point that somebody could at least give us a estimate of what the O&M costs are that we're all talking. I can't believe nobody doesn't have an estimate. Is it $1 million a year? Is it $5 million a year? The two options can't be that different in terms of ultimate costs. And then lastly, I'm hoping that somebody knows the funding that was there any public funding provided to Spano Park that ultimately will be disrupted? Was there any restrictions on Spano Park that, is there any deed restrictions based on public funding that was invested there at one point that would now, if we do some construction or destroy some trees, I want to know if there's any restrictions there. So if I have more questions, I will raise them. Thank you.
I'd like to reserve for later.
Well, they're making me look bad because a politician gets the mic and still talks. No, I just, this process has been great. At the local level, a lot of times dealing with state agencies, you think it's just up in Sacramento, but to see that there's real people that really care about our area is very heartening to me that we have those kinds of relationships through this board and that we can do something together as a local and state entities. The engagement from the public has been amazing on this. I think everyone's been very respectful of the board's time, but putting in their information. I tell you, you go walk with Tom Bohegan on any of these properties, you'll get your steps in for the entire week because he'll take you all over the place. I appreciate that. I lost a couple pounds after meeting with you, Tom. But this is we're finally at a point where we can make a decision. I think it's going to. I think if the goal of this, as Melinda has said, is at the end of the day, if no one's happy, that means we did something right, right? That means that we hopefully came to some agreement where we can take into account everybody's concerns and issues regarding this and come to where we have a good project. I think that project to move forward needs to have all of us from the state and the local agencies working together towards a goal of access for everybody. And so hopefully this can not, at the end of today, not be a divisive topic, but one that actually brings us together and allows for more collaboration in the future, as well as on this project. So I thank you all for trusting in me to be a part of this process.
Thanks. Steve, do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm just going to make some quick comments about some of the other comments that have been made from the speakers. So the O&M question, Karen, is a really good question. And one of the reasons why I think Bruce was a little bit vague in committing, although the city of Fresno is very generally open to helping. The mayor spoke several times last month that we'll be committed to O&M, specifically with the passage of 5B. But I do want to add that the city of Fresno throughout the process was asking for a more specific plan, the EIR, to let us know what was going to happen on the river bottom. And if we'd have had that, it would have been easier to get the projections that you're asking for today, you know, the operation and maintenance dollars. We really don't know quite what's going to be put down on the trail. And in conversations with Bruce, we talked about it. Are we going to have one restroom down there, or are we going to have 6 restrooms down there? All of these things factor in to the sticker price of operation and maintenance. So the city of Fresno, throughout the process, has asked for a more specific understanding of the types of activities that were going to be involved. We didn't get that with the EIR, so it's a little bit difficult to project those numbers. So that was one comment. Paul, you made a comment in your earlier question during Melinda's presentation about the additional 11 acres. It's a great thought that I hadn't thought of before you had mentioned it, but the 11 acres the additional 11 acres could be and should be looked at as a benefit to the overall project. There's 11 acres that were not included earlier. And then I do have a question for Dave Palmaville, if he's still here. All right. Dave, so and I'm not an expert. I'm the furthest probably from an expert on what to do with landfill. But let me ask you this question. If there is a parking lot over that 11-acre parcel, for somebody who is an expert, is that perceived as a benefit to that landfill area? I mean, we know it's inert. We've heard from you that it's inert. But is capping it with a parking lot in any way a benefit?
So the landfill, when it was closed, had about a foot or two of cover placed on it. And our understanding of the conceptual design is that cover will be increased with 2 to 5 feet of additional material, and that will hold that cover in place in a much more stable manner for long term. We also believe that the vegetation around there that would ultimately be planted would help with regard to erosion and to hold the material placed on top of cover in place. So we believe it's a benefit to have the parking lot on top of the inert material.
All right, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to listen to public comment. I might have a few more comments when it comes back up to the dais, but I'm very glad that we're finally here and going, in my belief, we're going to choose an option that includes access today. So I'll pass the microphone.
I'm going to reserve most of my comments and further questions for later. In the spirit of time, I'd just like to thank everyone on both sides, as well as our partner agencies, for dedicating a great deal of time throughout this process, taking time away from your busy work schedules and families to be here. I cannot state enough how much that input and feedback has meant for me. As Supervisor Frazier alluded to at the last meeting, I really had no idea what I was signing up for when I joined this board in January of this last year, but I will say that it has been a great experience, and I'm so pleased to be a part of this. I think that at the end of the day, we're going to have a stronger project because of the participation and the spirited discussions that we've had. So thank you again for everyone for taking part and for lending us your time.
My comments are going to be in the same spirit as my colleagues here. I've been on the board representing the Wildlife Conservation Board for over 10 years now, and I can honestly say I think this is the first time in the last couple of board meetings that the entire contingency of the board has been here in person, which is great, but then also the support and just the ideas that flow through the audience's participation. You need to recognize that this is your park, this is your parklands, this is your river. We're here to help you enjoy it the best way that you can, and I'm excited to hear the desire to create as many access points along the river, and I'm here to do that. I do have questions that I want to ask as the materials unfold later on through the presentation. But I just want to say how much appreciated I am of your participation in this whole process. We can't do our jobs without your participation. And for you being here in person, taking the time off work, finding babysitters for your children, that means a lot. And it means that you have a passion for the river as much as that we do. So thank you again.
I'll reserve my comments after the public portion of this. Thank you.
I'll do the same. Thank you.
Likewise. Okay. With that, folks, we're going to move over to public comment. There we go. All right. We're going to move into public comment. We're going to have set. We went through many hours last month on public comment, and I think a lot of folks are desirous of us deliberating and in having a final vote today. We may be at risk of losing some members of this board, which is why I'm asking folks, if your comments are adding new information or address new topics, that would be most beneficial to this board. Simply reciting your opposition or support of a given alternative, I'll leave that up to you to decide, but ultimately for efficiency purposes, I would ask you to be respectful of the time so we can make a decision today on behalf of our community. So with that in mind, I'm going to read off 3 names at a time, and to save time, I'll make certain that people are lining up to the lectern. So when your name is called, please proceed on over. Be careful of the steps, of course, but and you will have 2 minutes per person. The first 3 are Ryan Commons, Radley Reap, and Michael Claiborne. And if I butcher some names, please forgive me. So Ryan Commons, Radley Reap, and Michael Claiborne.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ryan Commons. Thank you all for your time being here today. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I'm a local business attorney, practice business and real estate law, but I'm here today as a father of a family that loves the San Joaquin River. We picnic there, we walk there, we play in the river, we use it as every access point we possibly can. Questions that need to be asked in representing the people of California and using their money. The first question is, how much does each alternative cost? The city's put a lot of effort into this, and the proponents of 5B have put a lot of effort into it. They've had engineers, consultants, lawyers, and some of the best political minds, the advisor to the mayor, and a lot of other people. And at best, they've come up with an option that still costs $1 million more in 5B as compared to 1, after all the adjustments that were made today. And there's still environmental liability that's unclear. The state of California has not accepted title to it. We have an option agreement that hasn't been exercised. Everybody knows that until you exercise that option agreement, you don't have a contract. Until you go through escrow, you don't own that property and you don't have the liability for it. So there are absolute serious questions that need to be resolved on 5B. The second question I think that's really important to ask is, what is the interest of the people of California and the people of Fresno? There's been a lot of opinions on that. I can only speak from my own opinion, which is the opinion of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust Board. We've been around for 30 years, and nobody will challenge that our number one interest is to serve, is that 1 minute?
30 seconds.
Is to serve the interests of the people of this community in accessing the river. And we are unanimous that the number one, the best alternative between 5B and 1 is alternative 1. I personally don't understand why anybody would spend $1 million more and assume the potential liability to stop me and my family and everybody else that wants to access the river when we only go 23 seconds down a road that passes no driveways,
Sir?
no mailboxes.
Sir?
Thank you.
And please forgive me, I'm going to have to be a little draconian about this. So when I lift up this, I don't have a beeper here. Do you have a beeper on it? Okay, that'd be, but when I lift this up, that's the time limit. Unfortunately, if I give you an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you for your time. I understand.
Thank you, Counselor.
Radley Reap, thank you very much for listening to me today. I live in Clovis, and on my street in the morning, if I try to leave at 8:30 in the morning, I'm blocked because I live near an elementary school. It's just very, very difficult to get around, same thing in the afternoon. But I accept that. That's part of life. It's a public road going to a public use, and it's no problem. We have a situation here where we have a perfectly good road that will go down to the river that's very, very wide and will accommodate everybody. But the people who live in that area simply do not want people going to the park through their neighborhood. It's just that simple. That's what this whole thing is about. And I'm so disappointed that the city of Fresno has taken the stance that it will not cooperate with the Conservancy with regard to a needed stoplight for safety. And it has really threatened today to not serve the Conservancy should Alternative 1 be done. And the reason is simply because a few people don't want people to go through their neighborhood. If the board today decides to spend an extra $1 million to support that idea, I'm going to be so disappointed over the next few years on how this Conservancy goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks. Can you please hold back on the applause? Thank you. All right, Michael Claiborne, John Tellis, and Zach Dara.
Good morning. My name is Mike Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'll be pretty brief. I spoke at the last hearing, so I won't reiterate that. But I'd like to, again, reiterate my support for Alternative 1 and Leadership Council's support for Alternative 1. We think it's the most practical, cost-effective, and achievable alternative to gain river access to all to the San Joaquin River, and we hope that's what you choose today. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tellis, Zach Dara, and Richard Sloan.
Thank you, Chairman and board members and staff. I wanted to bring up a different perspective in the public health perspective. I'm a cardiologist. I'm the president of the Heart Group, which is the largest cardiovascular group in the community. We've seen since our initiation, over 200,000 patients. It's well known in the cardiovascular literature that walking reduces your cardiovascular risk by about 30%. Walking in a riparian environment is even more beneficial. So the work you folks are doing is very important for the patients that I take care of. The risk for cardiovascular disease is highest in the Central Valley compared to any other place in the state. I would like to comment that your board has done an excellent job. I was on the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District and also the Air Resources Board. I reviewed the comments and the preparation, and your board is very high quality. And I reviewed the comments that your board members have made, and they're very, I think you're spending a lot of time on this issue, which is good. One public health issue that I wanted to bring out was that I've had a few patients who've had cardiac arrest on the current parkway. If you don't have a lot of access, you have a problem with not being able to salvage some of those patients. And I would encourage, as mentioned by staff, that there's going to be more deliberations for more access, to have as much access as possible, not just for making it accessible for people to walk, but also accessible from a public health, public safety point of view, to have emergency vehicles be able to access somebody that has some kind of issue down there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
159.29, congratulations. Zach Dara, Richard Sloan, Charles Milor.
Good morning. I feel like we're all old friends here. Been doing this for a little while. Not bad. How's it going, guys? Yes, and I'm here today just to share. I've shared a lot of comments, as have many in the room. I'm no environmental expert. I'm no expert on landfill and other things like that. But I'll talk to the things that I'm certainly passionate about, as with what I do as the executive director at Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries. We talk a lot about equitability. We talk a lot about what that looks like in the public space, in the public arena, and in politics and policy, access to resources and things like that. It is something I'm passionate about, and something that the folks that we work with also, that we represent in many spaces such as this. To us, this whole process, and certainly in many ways, has shown unfortunate, what we would consider inequities, things that are inequitable. For example, last meeting was at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday. This meeting was at 10:30 on a Wednesday. I realize that there are challenges and logistics to doing a meeting such as this, but if we are truly passionate about equitability and about hearing the true voices of this community, of which is not represented in this room, as many of you who are here from this community know, this is not what the community looks like. It is not an accurate representation, and these are not the voices of the entire community. We would have done everything possible to find a way to make it feasible so that those who do not have the ability to take time off of work to find a babysitter for their kids could be here to share their views and what they feel about access to the river. We also just saw an example of what I would consider inequity this morning. Prior to public comment, of which we all get 2 minutes, we saw an expert from the city of Fresno, we saw an expert from the county of Fresno, who were able to share their views as experts on, for sure, what Project 5B really looks like. Where was an expert here talking to this board about Alternative 1, who was able to rebut and to talk more about the opposing view to their viewpoints?
Thank you.
That's inequity.
Thank you.
That's 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
I missed my best point.
Oh, man. Richard Sloan, Charles Myler, Danny Smith.
Everybody's talking about access to the river, but they want to put a parking lot by a pond, which is at one. It's 188 feet from the proposed parking lot at 5B to the river. It's well over 2,000 feet, more than a quarter of a mile to get to the river from the proposed option 1 parking area. Can you imagine carrying a ice chest and everything to have a picnic going 2,000 feet?
We did it.
The ponds are dying. During certain times, people have complained about them stinking. Look at Google Earth, and you'll see how green the ponds are from the algae there. People are introducing invasive weeds to the ponds. The ponds are dying. People are busy planting stuff all around the ponds, and the beavers are busy chewing them all down and carrying that stuff into the ponds and filling them up. I wonder about the maintenance costs of those ponds. Herbicide is cheap, but the herbicide kills fish unless there's aeration going on at the same time, which would mean probably pumps spraying water into the air, somebody paying the cost of maintaining the pumps and the electricity. There's also a problem of the invasive weeds clogging up the hydraulic features of the ponds. That's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could everyone give their name when they come up? He reads off the list, and by then I've forgotten what your name is.
That's a good point.
All right. I'm Charles Myler, a resident of Fresno. Clearly, access to the river can be achieved with the least economic impact with alternate Plan 1. Plan 1 utilizes the original intent of the general plan, which provides for major development in the river bottom and utilizes a cut through the bluff that already exists. There is no requirement to buy additional property, nor a requirement to ameliorate the problems and consequences of a landfill, leading to more delay, more expense, and a less elegant solution. There is no doubt that our history in Fresno has been unduly influenced by special interests. And the purchase of the property required by Plan B would be like paying for something we already own. What's wrong with this picture? It's like paying big bucks for a wore-out Chevy when we can get a Cadillac for $1 million less. Thank you. I urge you to vote for Plan B for the people of Fresno. Thank you.
Danny Smith, Afferin, Barry Bauer. All right.
Danny Smith.
That's Danny Smith, Afferin, Zand, and Barry Bauer.
I was here last meeting on the 15th, and
I spoke about the game warden driving down the access, and it wasn't me fishing, it got caught down there. But as the gentleman said before me, the access is already there. That was built for a development down there. It's a mile versus, or 2 miles versus, or a half a mile versus 5 miles worth of road building. You got a dump issue. I mean, there's gases on the butte, according to the county. Spano Park issue. Access 1, none of that exists. You pave a road. The stoplight, $400,000 for a stoplight. 50-car parking lot. How many cars are going to go through that? A significant impact, we hear. It's not a significant impact for a dump. Spano Park, 5 miles of road versus a half a mile of road. That's going to be 2 lanes wide, 30 feet with double lines or whatever. The last meeting, I saw in the faces of some of the board members a little dismay. That was it seemed apparent to me that some of them thought, well, I didn't know this, or I need more information. We were on to 5B. It was represented as suggested and the right thing, and that was the only thing we looked at. So with that said, Plan 1 or Alternate 1, it's the right thing to do. It's the cheapest. You got $1 million for maintenance and operations later on. I mean, money's money. You guys are wanting to spend more money than you have to. So, thank you.
Thank you. Afrin Zand, Barry Bauer, John Mlotkowski. If I got that right, I deserve a Happy Meal.
Who's next?
Efren. Efren going once, twice. Okay. Barry Bauer is up.
Good morning, Board. Maybe it's afternoon, isn't it? It's lunchtime. If you would all dig out the color pictures that I passed out earlier today, there are a total of 4 diagrams. I've got very large ones here on this poster board, but they're a little awkward to manage here. The Alternative 1, Alternative 1, Alternative 1, and Alternative 5B. This subject is related to buses, bus stops, and access for underprivileged folks that might be using the public transportation and buses. It turns out that the 2 buses are 26 and 30 that support this area. And if you go to page 2, you'll find that the distance from for Alternative 1 from the closest bus stop is 1.5 miles to get to Alternative 1. If you turn the page, we have, because I'm short of time, we have another option where a bus stops over on the other side of Highway 41 near Autobahn, but it's 1.25 miles away. And our solution, the Alternative B solution, because of where the bus stop's going to be, according to the city, it's going to be 0.3 of a mile or 3 blocks from where the bus stop is to get to 5B. And we feel that 5B is an excellent solution.
You got 30 seconds, 24 seconds.
Okay. The other issue that I wanted to discuss briefly was the distance to the river. That was discussed just a moment ago. But if you're interested in having a parking lot by the pond, that's really cool. But I have a lot of people that want to launch a canoe or a kayak or go fishing in the river. And 5B is that solution, not Alternative 1. And then we have ideal access from Pinedale for 5B.
John Mlotkowski, David Brown, Racone.
Yes, my name's John Mlotkowski. I'm just a concerned citizen, 27-year citizen of Madera County and a 46-year resident of Fresno, voting, Vietnam veteran, familiar with Parks and Recreation, was in a program in Madera County for 2 years, went to Fresno State for Parks and Recreation, know the value of utilizing parks, utilizing the recreative activities in communities. I just wanted to say I'm representing Alternative 1, Resolution 17-2. And the reason why, easy access, less cost to implement, less time for all citizens to enjoy the development, a better security situation for the bluff, because there's been a lot of mention about riffraff and vagrants and problems down there. I think once you have an established program, it'd be more valuable to the bluff owners also. And it'd be a positive activity and a positive impact on the businesses financially in the whole area. If people from all over the state, all over the country come, when they come to Fresno to visit, they would have a wonderful place to go to, and it's the right thing to do. And I thank the board for not making that decision last meeting and delaying it until you got more information. And thank you for that.
Thank you. David Bracone, Lester Hauser, Tom Bohegan, Ron Bohegan. You guys brothers? David going once, going twice. Lester going once, going twice. Are you Mr. Hauser? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for all the hard work you guys have done. My input is that the Aquarius Aquarium, it would put us at the forefront of California, not the rear. That really needs to be done. There's already trails there. A little bit west of it is going to be a bunch of trails there already. There's a 40-acre park. The land is already owned. It goes behind the new houses. The Eaton Trail is brand new, sitting there all the way through Riverside. It goes all the way to the railroad tracks, where the Santa Fe Trail, which goes all the way to Herndon, is done. That trail needs to be extended so that actually the people of Fresno can go from the Santa Fe Railroad downtown to the park. That would extend it to people in Fresno. And there's already a 7-acre park down there that has river access. On the other side, there's 175 acres that is owned by the Conservancy. If right now they act, they can put an actual, some kind of way to get to the Madera side where that land is, and put the Madera side into it. Madera is easily accessed 30 minutes. Any place downtown is easily accessed 30 minutes. Anywhere is accessed in 30 minutes. 5B, once you put the parking lot, it's going to be black. Anaerobic, aerobic bacteria thrives in certain situations for a certain time. Just because some guy came over there and checked it out doesn't mean there's no methane. Once that black is on there, it's going to be a lot more methane. And how many people in Fresno can afford to actually take a horse trailer down there? Who's going to pick up the horse poop? And it's just ridiculous. Why is everything on that side? How about the other side? Let's get the two together, own all the land,
Thank you,
get
sir.
a blanket EIR
Thank you, sir.
to do all the work.
Thank you, sir.
Nitpick.
Ron Bohegan, Tom Bohegan, and Ron Bohegan, followed by Sharon Weaver.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Tom Bohegan, and I am going to urge you today to adopt Alternative 1. Alternative 1 is the most logical access point. It is one that is the most easily implementable. I think that in addition to that, the further direction should be given to staff to go back and look at an altered version of 5, which would allow down the Hall Road access to a really clean place that wouldn't have to be cutting into toxics or dumps. It would be cost effective. There's some legal issues to work through. I think they could be. As far as 5B is concerned, I hope that you will not approve this. And here are the reasons why, because this is really critical. The park that's there is a city park. And I believe that it was probably approved as part of a development agreement for the building behind it, which could be checked out. This proposal, contrary to a map that I saw at City Hall, will destroy the park. And as the road that goes down the natural bluff, the remaining natural bluff there, it will destroy essentially all of the 20 giant sycamore trees that are there to get to a piece of property that is, politely put, a landfill. You know what? It's sad. People talk a lot about trash, and about 2 weeks ago, I started picking up trash on the river bottom. I put a garbage can down there. I'm spending days a week. I'm going to do that no matter what you do. I'm not going to do this thing that I heard earlier today where people say, well, if you don't do what I like, I'm not going to play nice with you. Fresno's my home, and we need to do this the right way, and we need to do something that protects the river, provides the access, and does the right thing for people that will come along long after we're gone. That's why Alternative 1 is the approach, and I hope that we will take another look at 5, because it can be done, and it can get faster access, better access.
Thank you,
And again,
Tom.
I thank you very, very
Thank you,
much.
Tom. Ron Bohegian, Sharon Weaver, Steve Pittman.
My name is Ron Bohegian, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for partially alphabetizing the commenters. I had this minute and 59-second speech written, but I ended up scratching it out and putting arrows here and there. So in the interest of time and relevance, just 2 points I want to bring up, and they're 2 separate ideas. One is the idea of maintenance. As a taxpayer, I would very gladly support a modest increase in sales tax, for the purpose of maintaining our parks, not just the San Joaquin River, but all those. Recently had visitors come to our town, and they went to the zoo, and they were blown away. They said, this is like San Diego, this is like San Francisco, this is fantastic. They said, we didn't know Fresno could do something like this. And it was really impressive. And I think this is the same thing that can happen with our parks, and we should do this. The second thing is, as you face your decision, I hope you will deal with front and center what is really the driving issue here, and that is the fear of what might happen if there is public access in the neighborhood and its surrounding at Riverview. As you do that, just take a look and keep in mind the success that the Jensen River Trails have been and the Eaton Trail has been. They are among the cleanest, safest, most popular areas in Fresno. Hope you'll keep that in mind and support option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Weaver, Steve Pittman, and Victor Rosnovsky.
Good morning. Sharon Weaver with the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. As you know, I am a proponent of Alternative 1, and I'm just going to confine my comments to some comments and questions about the landfill property that is part of the discussion about Alternative 5B. As many of you know, I have been involved with this project since approximately 1999. So I think I am one of the people in the room that has the most experience looking at these properties and looking at the issues related to these properties. What I know for sure about the landfill parcel is that unless you actually do a clean closure, there are lifelong responsibilities that go with managing even a closed landfill. And that is why our organization ultimately decided not to take ownership of that parcel. Although we had a similar option, we spent several years researching what would be required to manage the property. But ultimately, you have lifelong responsibilities with the ownership of a landfill, even if it is a closed landfill that is just capped with cover. That is a fact. Now, I also want to say that Melinda had a copy of the Krazan report that was mentioned in the staff report. She's had a copy of that for years and years. It's a report that we contracted for when we were looking at that. So this isn't new information. This is really information that we've known for a long time. Thank you very much.
Oh, you got 30 more seconds.
Oh, that's the 30-second mark. Sorry, I thought that was your cutoff mark. One of the things that I think hasn't been fully explored in the staff report is the permitting that's going to be required to do this capping of the landfill This property is right on the river. That means that this will have floodplain impacts. I shared some photos yesterday over our email, out to our email list that show inundation of this property this year in March.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Rosnovsky, Jed Soberall, Stepney Smalley.
Hi, my name's Steve Pittman. I'm a resident of Fresno. I spoke to you twice now about an idea that seems pretty reasonable. I live in a house in the center of Fresno, and there's a small public city park that's in my neighborhood. The only way to get to that park is to drive through our neighborhood. Lots of folks use the park and enjoy it. And like I said before, it would be absurd for me to think, as a private property owner, that I had the right to tell my fellow citizens not to drive through my neighborhood to get to their park. That's point number one. Point number two, I'm assuming, and I would hope, that all of the members of this board have actually gone to Spano Park, walked along the perimeter of the fence, looked down over this bank, and if you, you can nod your heads if you've done it. Okay. So, and if you go, somebody's broke a hole through the fence there, and a lot of people go down this very steep slope where the fence line is to get down to go fishing or whatever. If you go along there, you can look at that angle of that slope. It's incredibly steep. I know the engineers have said it's feasible. A lot of things are feasible, but the common sense of trying to build a road over a natural, steep, inclined bank just seems impractical when you're comparing it to the ease of access at site number one. The other thing about site number one that doesn't make any sense, it only takes 25 seconds when you turn off of Audubon to get to the gate. It's less than 1,000 feet, and it doesn't go by anybody's house. All those homeowners in there, they're not even going to know that cars are driving in there. Right now, you've got lots of parking. People are parking.
Victor sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Victor Rosnovsky, Jed Soberall, Stepney Smalley.
First of all, I think that the board really did a good job and a lot of work that went through this, and I'm glad it's coming to an end today, okay? And I'll be very brief that I looked at every area of the river for the last 2 weeks, and I still say that the best access to that river is 5B. Now, there's going to have to be some work done there, but over half of that wall, the road that goes down there is our access, is still our ownership. I happen to be one of the family of the parkway. I mean the park, and it just needs a little work, and it can be done. There's great water access. There can be picnic tables. There can everything there, and it'll hold probably 50 cars down there, and it's the closest one to the water. And I think that should really be looked at, and that's all I have to do. Again, I just thank you all for working as hard as you did. Thank you.
Mr. Humanix. Mr. Soberall, Stepney Smalley, and Anna Wattenbarger.
Mr. Borges, you remember me. So I'm actually repeating my comments today due to the doubt you cast at the last meeting regarding the original plan to put 1,500 homes in the river bottom, in which you said just wait. So Sharon Weaver's provided you with a document from 1985 wherein that was the plan. So we have flipped, and we were okay with using Riverview Drive for access to 1,500 homes and their landscapers and their nannies and whatever other services a home in North Fresno requires. But we're not okay when it's 40 parking spots for anybody. That being the first point. Somehow operations and maintenance has been pulled into a partisan manner to support one alternative over the other, for which I'd like to reframe that for this board and say, yes, you should seek funding for the operations and maintenance of the entire 22-mile stretch now. That should be the effort. Whether it comes in multiple phases and projects. You guys ride bikes. I want to go up there to the Friant Dam and bomb down, get a beer on both sides, right? And that's sort of the Fresno I like to imagine as having that regional gem. So this is one project. Let's approve alternative one, which is $1 million less if we figure the numbers, but inarguably easier to make happen now. And it's a both-and situation. I don't want to park in your neighborhood. I want to go to Palm and Knees and get a puppuccino after I'm done going on a run. I think it's a better access point. It makes more sense, and economically will have more impact on the businesses there. And I think ultimately Cliff Tutilian's a pretty reasonable guy. I don't know why we've abandoned the road that exists, the gravel haul road. And we have a stellar city council full of entrepreneurs and doers. I think they can make that stuff happen. So a street light's one thing, and I know we can handle all that. But I'll just close by saying a gentleman said in this chamber today, we had identified toxic gas in the bluff. And so that wasn't covered by anything I think Melinda Marks said regarding the change in status of where the parking lot would occur. There's no toxic gas at alternative one. Let's get something open. It's been 14 years. Thank you.
Sipney Smalley, Anna Wattenberger, and Pete Weber.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Smalley. I come here as a neighbor. I've been...
I'm sorry. Well, no, for mispronouncing your name. I
Oh,
apologize.
that's okay. I'm used to that. I've been affected every day by where this is. I happen to live on the river bottom and access 320 on a daily basis, multiple times. As I'm all for the plan and the development, I mean, what they've done down there, it's been beautiful and look forward to that. I am concerned about a couple things personally and as a neighborhood, just the public safety. Crime just seems to be getting worse in Fresno, and having more access points, I feel just allows just more of what we don't want there. I've already seen that happen. I've been down there almost 16 years. It's really changing. I really believe that it would be okay to take out Spano Park. I have seen on the weekends when all the offices are closed and have gone down there for lunch with our dog and my husband, the drug deals that go on. It's just like a little hiding place for no good. I support 5B.
Thank you. Let me get a quick pulse of the group here. It's 12:45, folks. Do we want to finish up? We have about 17 more public comments. Do we want to go through them, or do we want to take a very quick lunch break? Finish? Finish? Okay. Are we mixed? Okay. Let's do a quick. Do we want to work through and finish public comment, or do we want to take a break? I think we probably have about 22 at this point. Break? Okay, folks. I already called up. You know what? I apologize for calling you up. Would you mind terribly if we pushed it back? All right. All right. We have lunch available outside. We have to work through because we are going to lose some members of this board. And if we intend to vote today, we have to move quickly. So 15 minutes. If you haven't finished, just bring your food back and we'll continue on. So 1 o'clock.
We can't have food in the room. So, yeah, swallow fast. Yeah.
1 o'clock, 15 minutes. All right. We've got speakers coming up. Anna Wattenberger, Pete Weber, and Carolyn Nolan. To be fair, Anna, give us a moment. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got a quorum.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a quorum present, and we are starting back up. Anna Wattenberger, Pete Weber, and Carolyn Nolan.
Good afternoon. I'm Anna Wattenbarger. I live in Madera County, and you may wonder why am I a proponent of Alternative 1 since we have wonderful parking for Madera County. But it's because I've been working hard for the Parkway for 27 years, and I want to see the very best results we
Anna,
possibly can.
Do you mind if I stop you? There's a background noise. What is that? Now it's gone. All right, please.
Yeah, I want to see the very best possible parkway as a regional amenity. And I'm a strong supporter of Alternative 1 for a number of reasons. I do agree that access at Palm and Nice is an excellent idea. I just don't think 5B is the right way to go. Alternative 5, which is no longer being discussed, as you all know, has an easement agreement that allows it to be utilized the same as Alternative 1, the Riverview Drive. Alternative 5 was the old gravel haul road that's an extension of the Nice alignment. If you do approve Alternative 1, then there's also the good probability of obtaining access at the Palm and Nice location as well. Another point I want to make is that a big deal has been made about public transportation and bus access at the Palm and Nice site. If I were to ride the bus and access the river by Alternative 5B, anything with wheels, whether it was a baby carriage, my walker, whatever else, is going to need brakes going down that slope. It's going to be a 10% grade all the way down and around, 10% grade. Then after enjoying my day down at the river, it's going to be a 10% grade slog climbing back up that grade to get back to the bus stop. You're going to need brakes on the way down. You're going to need oxygen on the way up. Now, this is feasible, just the same as 5B itself is feasible. But is it practical? No. The alignment on 5 is much more gradual, as is the Alternative 1 option. Thank you very much.
Maybe I could pose this question to our tech folks. Do we have any idea what that noise is?
No, the tech folks that are in the booth are not the people that operate this facility. So Josh and Jeet went back to talk to the Veterans Memorial people to see if they can troubleshoot that.
I thought it was my stomach digesting.
All right. And I've said this before, and I hope people appreciate the importance of this. We have members of this board that will be leaving meeting early. So I ask folks, if you wish to speak, even if you've already submitted a card, you don't have to act upon it, but please be mindful of the time and the purpose for which we've all gathered. Thank you. Pete Weber, Carolyn Nolan, Howard Watkins.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Chair. My name is Pete Weber. At the November meeting of your board, there were 28 people who spoke in favor of Alternative 5B and 27 people who spoke in favor of Alternative 1. That is not the ratio that you've seen today. I just want to point out that's not an absence of passion on the part of proponents of 5B. It is that we have chosen to respect the staff report's request, Melinda Mark's request, that we just speak on subject matter that is new since the November meeting. You've made the same request, Mr. Chairman, and so that's a decision that we've made. And so we have over 50 people who are willing to speak if you'd like them to, but we've asked them not to. We are completely confident, have a lot of respect for the work that this board does. We're completely confident that you are going to make a decision that is based solely on the public interest, not on the basis of how many people get up here to repeat comments that have already been made or that have been addressed in the staff report produced by Melinda. in particular, we believe that you are going to be looking at what's in the best interest of the citizens of Fresno. There's a statement in the staff report that Alternative B is intended to provide more convenient access for residents of Fresno. You've heard some references to that already, and you will hear from a couple of us later today about the substantial progress that has been made, through the month of since the November meeting, to remove any barriers in the way of implementing 5B. We see no barriers that are not surmountable if everybody works together in that effort. Thank you very much.
Carolyn Nolan, Howard Watkins, Catherine Fowler.
Carolyn Nolan. I'm a former member of the Conservancy Board, serving as a citizen representing Madera County. I live in Fresno now. I was also on the River Parkway Trust Board for 19 years, a former school board trustee in Madera Unified. I'm a supporter of Alternative 1 because I think that we have such a need in this area for public parks. Fresno County, Madera County, way underrepresented underrepresented with public park space. We can have this beautiful park by the river if we go with Alternative 1 now. It's very uncertain how long it will take for 5B to happen. This proposed nonprofit, I do not believe even has their 501c3 number. How long is that going to take? I really question, is that just a stalling mechanism? Even though City Councilman Brandau has proposed moving this along, we can have this happen quite rapidly with Alternative 1. I also question on the landfill. You say, or these engineers have said there's not a problem. Has there been a geologist who has given you any technical information on that landfill? And how stable is that piece of land where that parking lot is going to be proposed? Please think about that $1 million. That money came not just from the citizens of this region, but from the state through bond money. This is a state project, and we cannot spend this money foolishly.
Thank you, Carolyn. Howard Watkins. Oh, actually, he told me he was taking off. So, Howard going once, going twice. All right. Catherine Fowler, Christine Walter, Diane Merrill.
Catherine Fowler, I live in Madera. I support 1. I think that's the most fiscally responsible plan. I'm also very concerned about 5B and 62 feet of road on an intensely sloped bluff, which is not consistent with the City of Fresno's Bluff Protection Overlay Plan. We're talking about the removal of 17,000 cubic feet of soil. This is soil that may in fact be contaminated. I don't know if we've done any subsurface assessments there to assure that that soil is not contaminated. If it's contaminated, of course, it's going to have to be disposed of, at a Kettleman Hills facility, which is pretty expensive. There is a plume of groundwater contamination that's been there, I know, since the 1980s. Nothing's been done about it. One of the reasons nothing's been done about it, it's almost impossible to clean up. TCEs, I believe the state record, the state level is 0.005 parts per billion, okay, which is a cancer causer. We have PCBs, which are down there, which are persistent, and we've got chloroform. Any place you find this combination of chemicals, you can pretty much assure yourself that there's probably some heavy metal contamination in there also, but again, lacking a subsurface assessment, we're not going to know that. The construction would mobilize these sediments. If you're going to build a road, okay, now what you're doing is you're also building a surface that is going to contribute to runoff at a very appreciable rate. So if these contaminants are released, right, freed, they are going to mobilize and they're going to move. You can't get rid of something because you cap it. If I put all those contaminants, that landfill, under this stack of papers, that landfill still exists and it still needs to be dealt with. So I don't think it's fair to try and saddle the Conservancy with something that really should have been cleaned up a long time ago to the best of whatever the cleanup possibilities are. The last thing I'm going to say is I'm kind of disturbed, Melinda, that when I listened to the beginning of the talk and I heard all of a sudden the price tag go down from $5.2 million to $4 million, and then within 5 minutes it was at $3.5 million.
Thank you. All right, Christine Walter, Diane Merrill, Clary Krieger.
Good afternoon, Conservancy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Christine Walter, Secretary for the San Joaquin River Access Corporation. Just want to give you all a brief update on the progress of the 11 acres. As you've heard in the staff report, there's been significant progress on the 11 acres. Things have been moving along very quickly in the last 30 days. We spent hours with Fresno County and working with them to get the information on those 11 acres to you. As stated, it's confirmed that the landfill is inert with asphalt and concrete. There's no landfill gas. A parking lot is a very compatible land use for this parcel, and we think that it also might be instrumental in completing the Trails Master Plan. So I think this 11 acres is really going to be useful for the future. The concept design that I presented to you in November is the same concept design that was reviewed by the county and given a green light, and it is the same concept plan that was given to Mr. Spano. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that everyone is looking at the same design and so that we're just clear about that. I also just want to say that our corporation is both committed and dedicated to seeing this project work. We will work expeditiously to acquire the title and quickly completing the rest of the work needed for this 11 acres. And we look forward to working with the Conservancy and the city and the county in providing public access to the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Merrill, Clary Krieger, Molly Schnur Salembien, and I know I'm messing that one up.
Hi, my name's Diane Merrill, and Carolyn Nolan asked the question about whether there had been a geologic evaluation of the landfill in the river bottom. And knowing that the county of Fresno has not had a geologist on staff for many years, was there a geologist involved in that recent evaluation of that landfill? And the other suggestion would be going to the state of California possibly for some O&M funds, because if you look at a map of where the state parks are in California, as the 5th largest city in the state, we are very underrepresented with only Millerton Lake nearby. Thank you.
Thank you. Clary Krieger, Molly Schnur Salembien, Coke Hallowell.
Hi, my name is Clary Krieger, and I am known as one of the founding mothers of the Parkway, which I figure as a badge of great pleasure. But in any case, oh, okay, is this better? All right, so anyhow, I had 2 points to make. One is I noticed that in the discussion of Alternative 5B, that there was the mention that there was a viewshed property above that wanted some kind of control over how the access was used. Am I correct about this? That they would have some say in that. Perhaps I'm mistaken. That's what I thought I heard. And I know that whenever you have someone above looking down on an access, you may have conflicts that could be very difficult to iron out over time, especially if it's a public use situation. And so I especially have seen that in, the other point that I would like to make is that is a very steep cliff to come down. If you want to take a school bus down, that's going to be a tough proposition. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Molly, Coke Hallowell, Patrick Smith.
Hi, I am Molly Schnur Salembini. I am the Education Program Support
Oh, I'm the Education Programs Coordinator and Community Programs Director with the River Parkway Trust. Last week, I actually had 30 high school students at Spano. We were removing invasive species. And we started today at Sycamore Island looking over the property down at Spano and talking about the benefits of public access. And we moved over to the Spano site, and I had told them that Spano was going to be open to the public soon, and we were just trying to figure out how people were going to get there. Within 5 minutes of being there, the students were saying, we just drove down a perfectly good road on Riverview. Why can't we come in there? And I explained that there were some issues and that some powerful people were holding us up on that. And they asked, okay, well, here's a good gravel road. Why can't we come down that? And I explained there are some issues and we can't come down there. And they said, so you're saying there are two perfectly good roads and we're going to spend $5 million to build a new one. 30 15-year-olds could see the issues with that within 5 minutes. At the end of the day, I answered all of their questions as honestly and as fairly as I could, and gave them the information that they needed to make their own decisions. And they said a small group of people are going to make a decision for the entire city of Fresno because they have power and are making threats. That doesn't seem fair. And I looked at them and I said, you just learned a very valuable lesson about how things work. I support alternative
Thank
one.
you. Coke Hallowell, Patrick Smith, Sam Laney.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
no one knows what the source of that noise is.
I was told it was the air conditioning unit, and I've asked to see if we could turn it off for a period of time.
We'll be warm. Okay. I was just thinking, as long as it's noisy, I'd suggest people really yell into that microphone. We need to pick up this information in our minutes.
Hello, Coke Hallowell here. And I don't have any real important points to make, but I did want to say a few things. Do any of you remember Roger Tatarian? He was a journalist with the Fresno Bee. He also taught journalism at Fresno State. He wrote a glowing article about the San Joaquin River. And I think, I didn't research this, but I think it might have been 1988, maybe 1986, something like that. It caught my attention. I cut the article out of the Bee and kept it. It kept shifting around my kitchen counter. I kept reading it again and again. He made some valuable points about the assets of the river and what it could do for Fresno. Excuse me. And that's when I got involved with Clary Krager that you just heard and the other founding mothers of the San Joaquin River Parkway. And so I've been working with them and others, hundreds of volunteers with the Parkway ever since. And that was because of Roger Tatarian. He was great. I also wanted to make, maybe this is a minor point, but I'm sure many of you have gone to Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. When you drive into the park, you're driving through a very nice neighborhood. I've never heard of an increase of crime because of those visitors to the park. I've never heard of accidents along, I'm sure there's always accidents on every avenue, but it's a nice, easy track to get into the park. I think that can happen here too.
Thank you, Mrs. Hallowell. Sam Laney, John Kinsey, Catherine Jameson.
Good afternoon, board members and Conservancy members. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us out. I'm actually here representing Patrick Smith, who had to get back to work. My name's Richard Walters, and I'm going to try and present what he wanted to do. He was going to start by showing the board a picture of the parkway at sunset to show how beautiful it was. And then he wanted to remind the board that 45 years ago, Joni Mitchell had mentioned they paved paradise and put up a parking lot. He wanted you to know that in 10 years, he's thinking that people are going to look back at this decision you make and say, what geniuses thought of the idea of putting a parking lot in the middle of this pristine area? Now, granted, 30 years ago, they wanted to put houses down there. So we wouldn't even be having this discussion today, right? If those houses had gone in, but they didn't. So guess what? Fresno is the ones that come out on top with this. Now they get to have this pristine park. And don't get stuck on something that was thought of 30 years ago saying, oh, it was supposed to handle all these cars and this and that. Half the population here in Fresno is under 30 years old. And you're saying you want to serve the underserved communities. There's no bus service to this area. The closest bus service is Bryan and First, and then some days Fresno. Riverview is not a residential, you're saying it is not a residential street. It is a residential street in every sense of the word. The homes back up to it. So it does affect them. So I'm here to hopefully get you to sway towards 5B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Laney, John Kinsey, Catherine Jameson.
Well, good afternoon, board members. My name is Sam Lane. I live in the Bluff neighborhood, and I'm a proponent of Alternative 5B. I agree with the staff recommendation and the city recommendation that it's the best access, and that for lots of reasons already has signalization. It'd be boon to the businesses in that area, and it's the best access for seniors, disabled, and just generally, but in particular boaters, you know, who the Alternative 1 only offers access to the ponds. And so if a person had a canoe, you'd have to carry a canoe almost a quarter mile because there won't be any road access to the river. So Alternative 5B offers the best access for boaters to the river. There's one issue, they talked about that there was a significant impact of signalization at the intersection of Del Martin and Autobahn, but they didn't go into any detail. Well, there was a review done of the DIR and by a professional engineer by the name of Daniel Smith, and he pointed out that the road would have to be extended, the two-lane area would have to be extended 700 feet with a raised median. It would impact about a dozen houses on both sides of that street, and it would impact their ingress, egress, and regress ability. You know, take away that parking lane that they use right now to merge into that traffic.
Thank you. I apologize. It was 207. Sam, that's Sam Lane. John Kinsey, Catherine Jameson, and Cliff Tutelian.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is John Kinsey. I'm counsel for the San Joaquin River Access Corporation. I think the city's made it clear Alternative 5B is feasible, and the corporation is committed to making 5B a reality, and we've worked very hard over the last 30 days, including the Thanksgiving break, to help facilitate this option. We have executed an option agreement, which means that we have the legal right to purchase this property for $100, and we intend to do that. As far as future use by the Conservancy, I know there's been some concern about what form that ownership takes or whether there is ownership. To be perfectly honest, our group is not interested in making a profit. It doesn't matter to us whether the Conservancy takes this in fee, license, lease, easement. Frankly, we just want access. And I think that we obviously, as a group of private owners, can be very flexible in that regard, which I think would provide this entity a lot of flexibility. I wanted to address the condition in the easement relating to the approval of the design. The design that was in front of you, the site plan that was in front of you last month, is the same site plan that we actually attached as an exhibit to the option agreement. That site plan essentially has already been approved. So unless there are substantial changes to that site plan, making it big, blocky, but that's not really what we intend. But unless that occurs, there isn't an issue. The site plan that's before you has already been approved. I'd obviously be happy to answer any questions, but I did want to help clarify some of the questions that were raised earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Jameson, Cliff Tutelian, and Daniel Schwartz.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Catherine Jameson, and I am a resident of the Bluff neighborhood for 17 years now. I was at the last meeting. I represent many, many of my neighbors that are unable to be here. I babysit my granddaughter every day, and it cost me over $100 in babysitting for the last 6.5-hour meeting. But it means that much for me to be here. You have a wonderful group that have proposed some wonderful plans here. I think we can all agree, all of us want this wonderful access to the parkway. It's something we need. It's a wonderful asset to Fresno. We are not arguing with that at all. Those of us that live in the neighborhood have a lot of concerns that have been brought forth. We are asking you to take those into consideration. Just as the city of Fresno has the best interests of everyone, of all citizens, we are asking you to do the same and consider everything. Option 5B takes that into consideration. It gives 2 access points, parking lots in the right places. The Riverview access would still be for bicyclists and pedestrians. We're not cutting that off completely, nor do we want to. Long term, there's a lot more that's going to go along with this project that's being discussed today. The public safety issue is huge, and that hasn't even really been addressed. I would love for Jerry Dyer to have been brought forth to say, okay, what happens when you have a public park and all that goes along with it, and what we've been dealing in all the other places, and are we going to be able to handle control and public safety of all the rules and regulations that you want along the parkway to keep people safe? 5B is the best plan. It controls access at 2 points. If you would like to revisit the issue, put a proviso in there that maybe 5 to 10 years down the road, if those access points aren't enough, then look at the Riverview access. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cliff Tutelian, and then Daniel Schwartz.
Cliff Tutelian, representing Park Place Holdings. I'm here in support of Alternative 5B. I think it's consistent with city policy and best practices in traffic control. With respect to the cost of that access, I will tell you this very quickly. I remediated a landfill of inert materials and 3 sewer ponds. I brought in 60,000 yards of dirt, fresh dirt, compacted, and I did the 20 acres for a little less than $1 million. These numbers, in reliance of the engineers, is not prudent to rely on. They should get bids, the bids should be broken down, and I can assure you that the number will come down even more so. This is in response to the citizens' concerns of unnecessarily spending money. Even though it may or may not come out equal, I advocate careful bidding, prudent spending, and if the number doesn't come down, I ask the board to take notice and direct staff to be much more thorough. The issue of the option, it is addressed. To have a valid option, you've got to have the terms of a transaction that can actually be consummated. The minimal part, I checked with the city. I don't know the exact footage, it's immaterial. But somebody and others have made comment that the majority of the park is going to get destroyed. It's absolutely not correct. It is inaccurate. I will attest to that, having spoken to the city. I will go on to say that finally, staff has admitted to the environmental impacts surrounding vagrants, homeless, encampments, and so forth. The San Joaquin River and Bluff Protection Initiative, chaired by Mr. Borges, acknowledged that.
Thank you.
I urge the board to take careful consideration in developing a specific plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillian. Daniel Schwartz.
Thank you, board, and everybody here. I come as a private citizen today and a very frequent visitor of the river with my dogs, and I've taken many photographs down there, some really nice ones of beautiful sunsets reflected in the ponds and the river. And some of you might have seen me running around there with my dogs. I post my pictures on Facebook. And I access the river from Friant to the 99, but mostly at the Riverview spot, and usually at least 3 times a week. And I come in support of Alternative 1. I ask you to spare the trees, most of which are probably older than anybody here in this room. They are each an entire mini ecosystem for avians, for ground animals, and just they provide shade in the summer, and it's like a little escape. If any of you have ever walked at the base of these trees, you'll know what I mean. It's like a little mini escape from the bleak, grassy, kind of open fields that are there for the most part. And the Riverview access point is manageable for people with kayaks if they have these little handheld carts and they put them on wheels. So that argument really doesn't hold much water, so to speak. And you're supposed to be walking anyway, right, as the cardiologist said. So if you have to walk a little further to get to the river, you can do that. You can get to the ponds very easily, and I've seen lots of kayakers have a very pleasant day out there just on the ponds. So for saving money, for cost efficiency, and just for the cut is already there, as other people have said, I totally back what Tom Bohegian said earlier, and also what Carl said, that we should have as many access points as possible to the river. Use them all. But I feel that for the public access, the Alternative 1 makes the most sense. And I hope you take into consideration all the wildlife that's there. Thank you.
All right, something unusual has come up. I've been asked to consider, and I want to address this to the board. In the interest of time, we know that at least one member will be leaving this board shortly, or within the next hour and a half. We have about over 20 cards remaining. Is it the will of the board to complete the public comment portion with all of these cards, or to choose for 3 on both sides and close it? Now, Counselor, chime in on your thoughts.
Well, I think the chair has quite a bit of discretion on how to run the meeting. Most of the comments, at least my own interpretation of them, is that they are repetitive of comments that were made at the November meeting. Perhaps the chair could ask those who have yet to speak and who want to speak whether they have anything new to say concerning the additional material that's been brought forth for this meeting.
I think I've done that about 2 or 3 times already.
Okay.
Let me pull the board. What do you guys think?
If we're going to have one of our members have to leave, we have to think about getting to the issues so that they can be involved.
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes. Is it without objection that we allow for 4 more speakers, 2 on each side, and complete public comment? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Is everyone okay with that? This is highly unusual, but given the fact that we spent 7 hours last month on this, and the funding is running out this month for purposes of our EIR, this is something I think is important. So I'll leave it to 2.
You would waive 2 on 5B?
You would waive that?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have 2 individuals or any pro-Alternative 1 folks that are insistent and want to come up, or they want to waive that as well? Okay, we got 1. Who's the second? Okay. We got 2.
If there's 2 and then 2 others, if there's is that core if 5B is okay with giving Christine
In the interest, yes?
I think just opening up the can, I would recommend we go forward
Yeah.
and do as many speakers as we can.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
let me say, if during the testimony, you find that the testimony is repetitive and it's stuff that's already been said today or in November, then I think the chair probably has the power to cut off the testimony.
All right, okay. All right.
Just ask if there's anything new to say.
Let's go Let's go ahead and do this. We've got 20 left. 20 comment cards left. No more will be accepted for certain because they keep on trickling in. So this is the end of the 20. And please, you do not have to speak. It is not an obligation. And if you have something extraordinarily important, we encourage you to say it. But if not, discretion would be helpful in this process.
My name is Kevin Statham. In response to Mr. Rudd's comments earlier this morning, I just want to remind everybody that city government is elected government. It's the will of the people, and the implied threat posed by Mr. Rudd that if the vote doesn't go the city's way, that they will not play, is beneath the dignity of the elected officials that he's here representing. And it's also disingenuous given the fact that they've already stated that they will support one if 5B turned out not to be feasible. Secondly, I had the privilege of serving on the board of the Parkway Trust for 14 years. And during that time, the landfill in question was rejected by every single entity because of potential problems with cleaning it up. And I just find it curiouser and curiouser that at the 11th hour, people have ridden in and we're here to save the day. I would suggest studying that issue carefully. And then lastly, listen to this list. Salida, Colorado, Reno, Nevada, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, Manhattan, Memphis, San Antonio, Boise, Detroit, Richmond, Portland, Chicago, Santa Fe, Cincinnati, Savannah, Chattanooga, Louisville.
Sir.
All these places have managed to get together city, state, county, federal people. They've worked with nonprofits, they've worked with CEOs, they've worked with construction companies, and they have gotten a parkway done. I was on the board until May. In the 14 years, all we have done is talk about River West. It's time now to move, and I hope today you will vote and you will make option one happen.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to have to use my discretion as chair and reduce it to 1 minute public comment. Corey Brown, Andrea Galdamez, and Brad Castillo, 1 minute.
My name is David Brown. I'm a North Fresno homeowner since 2010. I'm retired. Before that, I lived in several cities with great public park systems. I know how these contribute to both property values and civic pride. I'm speaking, of course, in favor of alternative number one. At bottom, this is a matter of social equity. To be brief, if a small but wealthy minority is able to delay and impede easy public access, that's not democracy. That's not justice. There should be several entrances to River Park West, especially alternative number one, Riverview Drive. Not approving it would be a travesty of the democratic process and of our
Thank you, sir.
heritage as Americans.
Andrea Galdamez, Brad Castillo, Jeremy Clar. Brad Castillo. Is Brad Castillo here?
Hi, my name is Andrea Galdamez. I'm a student at Fresno State, and looking at this issue, actually just looking at the time this meeting is 10:30 in the morning, a working class parent could not come to this meeting. Working class families may not be able to afford the babysitter to come here. And so I'm just going to voice out that a working class parent would say, please vote alternative one, because it is the easiest way for me to have access and for my children to have access to the parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being so direct. Brad Castillo. Jeremy Clore, Joe Daniel. And please, if you could come over to the lectern.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be real quick. Former chair member of the Conservancy, former city council member, and former Parkway member as well. I just want to, again, mention that I'm disappointed at the time that the meeting was held, but I understand that some of you cannot have an evening meeting. There is a huge, huge Hispanic community that is not represented here today, so I will speak on their behalf. I believe that it is important to understand that this access is important to the entire community, not just to a select few. One of the things I want to note, now that you have before you Alternative 1 and Alternative 2, you're probably asking yourself, why didn't we have this before? And you also heard the city of Fresno indicate that they would not work with us anymore. That's called getting Fresnoed. Don't get Fresnoed today. I also formed a 501c3 to help the River Parkway trails. I'd like to leave that here. Unlike the previous 501c3, I do have documentation that it exists.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Jeremy Clore, Joe Daniel, Alicia Bennett.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Clore. I'm very much in favor of Alternative 1. Quickly, I think a vote for Alternative 5B would create horrible precedents. The fact is this state agency is supposed to create a river parkway from 41 to 99. There is only really one commercial area along that north area. In the future, every residential neighborhood would take this as an option to argue that they shouldn't have access when we build out the parkway. The last thing I'm going to say is the city park master plan is coming tomorrow. They're saying that they don't have enough money for parks, and we're talking about spending more money just on a road. It doesn't make fiscal sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Daniel, Alicia Bennett, please be prepared to come up to the lectern. Thank you. And Ted Morgan.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Joe Danelli. First of all, I want to urge you to approve the project as a whole immediately today. We can't wait any longer. As far as the access, it's very simple. It boils down to one thing: $1 million in this hand, nothing in this hand.
Well said. Now, did I miss a Corey Brown? I apologize. If you could allow Mr. Brown to come up right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Conservancy. Corey Brown with Resources Legacy Fund. I'll be very brief. You have before you an aerial photo of the two main access points, existing roads to the River West and the adjoining property immediately downstream at Gravel Hall Road. The information you have before you also shows how these are tied together. Greatly appreciate Mr. Jansen's comment about maximizing public access. The easement along Gravel Hall Road specifically says you cannot have any more access along Gravel Hall Road than you can along Riverview Drive. That's in plain black and white in your packet. If you do not open up Riverview Drive, you cannot open up Gravel Hall Road to vehicular access. In previous years, people would drive and use Gravel Hall Road to access the river, to access existing state lands property along the river. That now is precluded with a locked gate. If you don't approve Alternative 1, that gate will remain closed. You can't have Gravel Hall Road unless you also open up Riverview Drive.
Thank you
Please
very much.
vote for Alternative 1.
Thank you. Joe Daniel, Alicia Bennett, Ted Morgan. You're right. Okay,
Is he
Joe
here?
going once, going twice.
I already spoke.
Okay. Alicia Bennett.
Okay, so I'm Alicia Bennett, and I'm a resident of Madera County. I've had the opportunity to run on the Lewis Eaton Trail early in the morning. It is serene and beautiful. At 5 a.m., it is quiet enough that you can identify the strides of the runners coming up behind you. I play a game of counting the cottontails that scurry across the trail as I run. The expansion of this trail system would be an amazing amenity to our community and should not be delayed any longer. I support alternative 1 because I believe it will provide the most expedient public access and is the most cost-effective alternative. I recently visited Riverview Drive and saw the short distance that it goes through that neighborhood, which doesn't have any driveways or any homes looking out onto it. They all back up to Riverview Drive. So it seems like sometimes that common sense just gets left out of these discussions. To me, it was so obvious that alternative 1 makes the most sense, and I hope that you will support alternative 1.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Ted Morgan, Matt Gendian, Brett Sutton.
My name is Ted Morgan, and I may have been born at night, but it surely wasn't last night. You have only to look at the list of board members of this fancy new nonprofit to know that these are the same people who have fought to delay this park for over a decade. Do you honestly think they're going to stop now? Really? Without their parking lot, 5B is totally untenable, just an expensive road to nowhere. I would wager that monkeys will fly out of my butt before that before that 11-acre landfill is tarred over and ready for public use. This is just one more desperate delaying tactic, and I implore you to resist the political pressure and approve alternate 1 now. In closing, I'd like to say Major Brand's decision to be too busy to present his threats in person is both cowardly and reprehensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Gendian, Brett Sutton, and David Grubbs.
Good afternoon. Matthew Gendian, born in Fresno, lifelong resident, left to get my master's and PhD at the University of Southern California. I teach classes in leadership, social leadership, community leadership, and social policy. One of the key lessons is that the people closest to the issue know the problem and issue best. And while I admire the zeal of the new 501c3 group that has been working hard over the past 30 days, I trust the staff and board of the community benefit organization that has for 30 years been of service to our community, and that's the San Joaquin River Parkway and Trust. That board is unanimously in support of option 1, and we need to look to the wisdom and expertise that are serving on that board. You see former elected officials, you see university professors, et cetera. And we need to understand that 5B can represent, with the funding, additional taxation without representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Brett Sutton, David Grubbs, Gary Brannis.
Thank you. Brett Sutton here. I'm a resident of Fresno. Fresno has, unfortunately, a history of sometimes doing things not the best way long term. We know that if we've lived here. That's what we're looking at here if you choose option 1. The best option is 5B. Think of this. You have a shopping center with ice cream shops, sandwich shops, a fish tackle shop could be there. What a great place this would be. What a great project this would be if people could come in from all over town. This isn't a racial issue. This isn't a social justice issue. This is best for everyone long term. This project will continue on beyond our lives, everybody here today. Let's do it the right way. 5B, what a great project it would be. Think of it.
Thank you. David Grubbs, Gary Brannis, and the last speaker will be Sarah Parks.
David Grubbs. Thank you. I would be content with a compromise. I ask you to build alternative 1, and if access at Palm and Knees materializes, connect the road from Palm and Knees to the facilities we've already built at alternative 1, and close Riverview Drive to vehicular access if traffic has really been a burden on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Brannis?
Yes, my name is Gary Brannis. I happen to be president of the Bluffcrest Homeowners Association. It's a volunteer position, so I don't make millions or anything, I assure you. We have 19 residents in our little community, and the homes do come up against the road there when we consider Project 1. I am in full support of 5B going forward with that project, and I know I'm speaking for my residents too in the association. And I believe we heard some new information here today about 5B with cost reduction, It also appears to me that that plan has been studied longer than any of the other plans. The estimates should be more concrete, whereas they're not as well developed for number one, is my understanding. So when the bottom line comes to cost, I think it'll be a wash between the two locations. And so, as what Brett just said, a fellow neighbor, let's go with 5B. Go in the neighborhood, support the businesses there, don't disrupt a beautiful neighborhood where a lot of retired folks are living, and move there for the quiet and peace of that neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sarah Parks is our last speaker.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. Sarah Parks, I'm staff member with the River Parkway Trust. On Monday, I took the opportunity to thoroughly review the staff report related to this agenda item. And it's very clear, as I'm sure all of you saw, that we believe that the City of Fresno is going to be an important partner in the Parkway effort and in this project in particular. And I agree with that. The city has already contributed a lot to the existing Eaton Trail, including sealing it and restriping it this year, which is fantastic. But I think it's important to point out that the city has also been unable to fulfill some of its commitments, including the bathroom at Jensen River Ranch, which they committed to operating. It's been locked for years. And I learned recently that they have also not been operating Spano Park, and that the commercial building owner has taken on that operations instead. So I ask you to keep that in mind today as you deliberate, especially as you're thinking about building a new road when two roads exist right now into the property. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes public comment, and we'll be bringing it back to the board. I think, Julie, you were the last one that had some questions at the initial.
I don't have questions anymore.
Oh.
More of a comment.
Okay. Well, do you want to start us off?
Well, sure. Do I need them?
So I just want to say that I think alternative one is the better alternative. However, I think the city has put us in an untenable position. While the alternative one is a lower cost alternative, we can't ignore the money that the city would bring as a partner. And we have to work with the city as a partner. We absolutely can't go it alone. The city is essential to making this work. So I'd like to propose, I'm not sure in the form of an motion yet, because I want to hear other board comment and consideration, but I don't like the way the resolution is written for 5B. I think it's too open-ended. It says that we could go for 12 months, and if reasonable progress isn't made on 5B, that we then pursue alternative one, and I think that's critical, but I think we need to better define what reasonable progress is in the form of, I have a list here of specific items. Properties purchased, an access easement is recorded, a cleanup plan's approved. Sorry.
What is it?
Properties purchased. Right now, the option expires December 31st. That obviously needs to be extended and ultimately exercised. There needs to be an access easement recorded in favor of somebody. I'm not sure who that might be, so that would need to be determined. A cleanup plan or land use plan, I think it's called in here, would need to be approved. There would need to be a city exception to the slope ordinance and the tree removal ordinance. And then we need to deal with the Spano easement, which I find the most troubling.
I'm sorry, and what was
The Spano easement. So the easement, the easement that is apparently attached to the option. We heard from Mr. Henning, I believe, that it's addressed by the conceptual plan, but I think we need to see that in writing, because if that easement is attached as currently proposed, it reads as if Spano could later claim that what is proposed or currently on the property is not acceptable and could be subject to their direction. So I think that needs to be fixed.
Those are good.
And if all of those things can be resolved in 12 months, then I think we're good. We have Fresno site access, which to me is the most important issue. If they can't be resolved in 12 months, we move on to alternative one.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer?
I had some questions about the nonprofit corporation and the option agreement, so I'm not sure, Mr. Chair or Mr. Vice Chair. if we can call up a representative from the nonprofit. Okay, whoever draws the short stick. Thank you. I'm just curious about how the nonprofit is funded. Where are you getting your sources of, where are the sources of funds coming from in order to fulfill the commitments that appear to be being made through the option agreement and through your articles of incorporation?
Right, so the entity is being funded by donations from the neighborhood. And to date, that's obviously been successful, and we have no reason to believe that that will not continue to be successful. Obviously, we're not looking to make a profit. The efforts that we've made to date and the information that we're getting from the county, we're not anticipating a large expenditure of funds. But that being said, we do have fundraising apparatuses. We are achieving fundraising from the neighborhood itself.
Okay. Do you have an estimate on how much you've raised so far?
I do not, but we've been able to fund all of our existing activities.
Right, right. What kind of insurance or bonding are you carrying as a nonprofit, particularly as you take on the obligations?
Right, so we are in the process of getting insurance, and so obviously, we have not been formed for very long, so we obviously don't have contracts. But that being said, what we're anticipating is the full array of insurance, including property insurance, et cetera. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, but obviously that's something that we have already been looking into, getting quotes. We want to make sure that, because this is a nonprofit, that we get the best deal possible.
Right. One of the things that struck me, particularly reading your articles of incorporation and the option agreement, particularly with the current owner of the property, is the indemnification that's just being spread around to all the parties, and particularly indemnification of your members and your principals, indemnification of the property owner in terms of anything that may come up regarding the acquisition and liability associated with the landfill. And so I guess my question is, what happens if the nonprofit dissolves prior to you meeting all the obligations that you've committed to, including remediating the landfill?
Well, it sounds like that would be addressed in Ms. Vance's motion, but obviously that's not our intent.
Of course.
Right, and I do think, I do hope that the board understands, especially given the efforts that we've made over the past 30 days, that we are sincere. Right. But of course, we're as part of the insurance, it would be E&O insurance as well as other types of applicable insurance that I think may ultimately get to what you're talking about.
Have you conducted, or has the nonprofit conducted a title generated a title report or an ALTA survey to see what other interests may exist on this landfill property that we're not currently aware of?
We have. I don't have it in front of me, but we have.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to read back my notes. One of the, you had mentioned, I think in your testimony, that the nonprofit is open to whatever kind of relationship the Conservancy may want in terms of establishing some contractual relationship or partnership in order to implement the project, and that can be in the form of an easement, conveyance of fee title, license, lease, all of the above, right? I know this is getting into some of the details, but this goes to the risk and certainty associated with 5B, and understanding to what extent the nonprofit is willing to put up a bond in favor of the state and the Conservancy in any kind of contractual relationship in order to convey some property interests in order to conduct the property or the project, and indemnify the Conservancy and the state for any future potential liability associated with the landfill.
I'm not sure if I've seen a bond in this context, but I think I understand what you're asking for. That being said, I do think in terms of the form of whatever arrangement is made between the Conservancy or any other entity and our corporation, my sense is that your staff and your council will also have comments, and so I do think that that's one of the reasons why I think it makes sense for our entity to be flexible. Certainly, everything's on the table for us to consider, but ultimately, before we can really engage in those types of negotiations, we need to have an understanding of everything that the Conservancy wants, so we can go back and actually make sure that we vetted it on our side as well. So I view this as something that we really are going to have to negotiate between staff ultimately to bring. We are going to have to ultimately negotiate with staff, but I don't think that, from the dais, this is really the time for us to get down into the weeds of what a transaction may look like. I think the best I can offer is that we really are committed to being flexible. And ultimately, if it's not property ownership that the Conservancy wants, that's why I raised the issue. That's why I raised the possibility of it being an easement, a license, if those are the types of things that would make the Conservancy feel more comfortable.
Right. No, I certainly understand that, and I certainly appreciate not negotiating that kind of transaction from the dais. I think the challenge that I have as a board member is taking that leap of faith with the significant risks and uncertainty without that detail in choosing this particular option or alternative. And you don't have to respond to that. That was just, that is the genesis of my questions right now, not necessarily to get into the weeds from the dais, but to express my frustration and concern associated with this particular alternative and the lack of detail in order to best inform the board and making the best decision it can on behalf of the region and, of course, on behalf of the state of California.
And I appreciate that, and thank you. We also, I believe, have taken a pretty significant leap of faith, executing an option agreement for property that others have said that they don't want, and frankly, expending quite a bit of time, resources, and money ultimately to get to this point, meeting with the County of Fresno and reaching the stage of negotiations that we have. And I hope you understand that we have been working very hard, and as well as having made substantial progress. Obviously, there are questions with any proposal that's on the table. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. But I do hope that I can answer them to the best of my capability.
How flexible or how much more room is there in terms of negotiating with the current property owner on the easement grant back to that entity? Because it seems pretty solidified from what was submitted to the board. And just to follow up on Board Member Vance's question about some of the concerns relating to the conditions in that easement. So I'm just curious as to what pathway exists to renegotiate that.
Right, and I feel comfortable, frankly, under the present document because from my perspective, and I think from the landowner's perspective, what's already been presented to this board in the context of a plan has already been approved in our document. That's why we actually included that site plan as an exhibit to the option agreement, because we wanted to make sure that when we came here in front of the board, presented something that to this board that was real, we wanted to, I'm not going to say something that's not real. So it has been attached as an exhibit to the option agreement, and so from our perspective, that's been approved. Now that being said, if there are modifications based on our communications with Conservancy staff about things that Conservancy staff doesn't like about that site plan, although we did our best to try to make it consistent with what was studied in the EIR. And if you look at most of the conditions, those were actually grafted specifically from the EIR and the site plan. But if there is a concern, if there is something that needs to be changed, I do think that the current landowner is reasonable, but we would want to engage in that conversation very early on. That way we could provide everybody with certainty.
Yeah, and I just will respectfully disagree. I understand the interpretation that you're taking in terms of the exhibit being attached to the easement, but the words in the easement document do not reflect that the property owner has approved this particular site plan. I understand kind of how you're connecting the dots, but the words in the condition don't actually say that. And so that's also the genesis of my question.
And I understand that. I mean, frankly, I'm the person who negotiated this,
Mhm.
and so my perspective, based on everything that happened, based on the words of the agreement, the whole reason why the exhibit was attached was because we wanted it absolutely crystal clear that this site plan was okay. So if that, you know, frankly, if the interpretation is that this agreement does not allow the site plan, I think that would be a very unreasonable interpretation of this document, and I would have a problem with it.
Yeah.
So hopefully that helps answer your
As a drafter,
question.
I suspect you would.
Right, understood. And so, but obviously, if there's something further that the Conservancy staff wants, so for example, even a letter saying, yes, the exhibit, the site plan that was attached to the option agreement is sufficient for us. I mean, I just don't anticipate that being a problem, and if that's something the Conservancy wants, I'm sure that I can secure that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I actually don't have any more questions. I did have some comments to make, but I'm happy to pass this to Julie. Right, yeah, of course.
So I think the easement wording needs to be changed. I don't think we're going to hash through that today, but you know, in the coming year, I think it needs to be worked on, because the way it is worded right now, it says the grantee shall be consulted and shall have the right to approve or disapprove the design of the parking lot in its reasonable discretion. It doesn't say that, you know, X design as Appendix 1 is approved or what's considered. It leaves open the door for a disapproval. And I think that is going to be a problem.
Well, and I think I hear that concern loud and clear. Obviously, I have a different interpretation of the agreement. That being said, to the extent that's material, I really don't believe that's going to be an issue, in particular if we're talking about simply developing what's consistent with the site plan. Obviously, if there are modifications that need to be made based on particular concerns that the Conservancy has, I want to understand what those are. That way I can get that letter to you that says we are okay with this as soon as possible, because obviously we want this to work.
That's all the questions I have. But if the board will indulge me, I just have some comments to make at this time.
Thank you.
And I won't have any further comments before the vote is taken. My role as a representative of the California State Lands Commission, the agency that manages the riverbed on behalf of all the citizens of California, is really to look at the statewide best interest of projects and proposals that come before both the State Lands Commission and then also on the different boards and commissions that I sit on behalf of the commission. We have ownership and management over 40 navigable lakes and rivers throughout the state, in addition to along the coastline of California, and our main goal is to protect, enhance, and create public access, because these lands that the commission manages are of a very special, unique status. They are waterways and tidelands that are subject to special common law and constitutional protections that really ensure that all the people of the state have a special, unique connection and ability to access these waterways. And so I mention that because that's a perspective that I'm coming at when deliberating on this particular project. A major pillar of our agency's organization is to achieve the greatest amount of equitable access to the greatest amount of people in the most efficient and certain amount of time. And that's the lens that I look at these projects from. In a perfect world, I believe that the Perrin Access Way, the Riverview Access Way, and some version of Alternative 5 would all be implemented, adopted and implemented. More access creates more use, which creates more safety and creates a healthy society and community that we all benefit from. But unfortunately, we don't have unlimited resources, and there's a lot of policy trade-offs that we all have to consider when determining how we're going to vote on a project like this. And all the options before us have these policy trade-offs. I have to mention that I respect and acknowledge all the work that the nonprofit has done. I mean, over the past couple months, and particularly in the last 30 days, you have conducted an enormous amount of work, and all of that work serves all of us in making sure that the decision that we make is informed and can be in the best interest of the people. But I keep coming back to risk and uncertainty associated with these options. I'm concerned about the risk of the nonprofit dissolving. I know that is not the intent. I take you at your word about your intent to create access, but things happen. And in my world of managing lands and resources and issuing leases and working with all kinds of different partners, we see that happen often. And so I'm concerned about the risk of the nonprofit not being able to fulfill its commitments. I'm also concerned about the certainty. I feel like the acquisition of the landfill site is kind of a double-edged sword. On one hand, because the nonprofit is so open to whatever the Conservancy decides is the best alternative, there's kind of two pathways. One is the nonprofit just owns and manages the landfill site on its own, and there's some sort of agreement with the Conservancy in order to implement the project. That leaves all the control in terms of how access is regulated and managed and created in another entity other than a governmental entity. And that lack of control concerns me, particularly when you add on the easement, which essentially regulates how that access is going to be managed in terms of the conditions that are dictated in that document. On the other side, if the Conservancy or another state agency were to take some sort of property interest in it, what comes along with that, particularly if the nonprofit dissolves and there's no associated liability protection for the state gets stuck with potential liability and potential costs down the road. And so that gives me pause as well. And so that risk and uncertainty associated with that option leads me back to Alternative 1. Not that we have to take Alternative 5B off the table, but in terms of creating the most equitable access for the greatest amount of people in the most efficient amount of time, I end up landing on Alternative 1 in this instance, with the option of looking at other alternatives because more access is better than less. And with that, I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lucchese. Bryn Forehand?
Yes. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the information provided by the representatives from the state agencies, because I do think that's critical to our deliberation, to the conversation, to the discussion. But I want to shape the discussion to go back. I think all of these perspectives are very important to take into consideration. But I think we also need to keep in mind we need to come to a decision today. And I believe that the Conservancy, the San Joaquin River Conservancy, is at a crossroads. It is at a crossroads today. It's been in existence for about 21 years or so. And what is key here, in addition to 6 state agencies being on this board and providing tremendous expertise and understanding and issues, there are 9 positions representing local agencies. And part of those 9 are 3 citizen representatives. One of them is not here because that position is vacant for the County of Madera, but we have the County of Fresno and the City of Fresno represented here. What's really important to keep in mind here is that when the Conservancy was created, and I'm stating this verbatim from the language of the enabling legislation that created this conservancy. It is the intent of the legislature that the San Joaquin River Conservancy shall promote the parkway and coordinate efforts and mediate differences among the local jurisdictions and the state. I think we cannot forget the importance of the local piece for the local member agencies, the City of Fresno, the County of Fresno, and the County of Madera. And so I think we need to think long and hard here for what we are moving forward with. And the fact that we are at a crossroads in terms of making a decision here and the Conservancy moving forward and being possible to continue in its role, I think that is something to take very, very seriously in all of this. And so I do feel that the discussion that has happened today with regard to the two alternatives, I appreciate all of the work that's been provided by the staff and the other interests here involved, but I think we cannot forget that we want to get to the point of public access for the river, and we have to do it in a way that it will actually occur. And I think that's taking into consideration, yes, the interests and the perspective from the state agencies, but you cannot overlook those local member agencies. And I just want to make that point because I feel that the points that Ms. Vance has made here, I think are very important, and I think that there are stopgap measures here and points at which the alternative 5B will be thoroughly vetted and reviewed, and if that's not possible, then it would then revert to alternative 1. But I think we have to move in that direction in order to maintain this state commission.
I like sitting next to Bryn, but I always have to go after her, and that's never good. She speaks so well. So, you know, I look at this, and I've deliberated over this almost more than anything I've done in Madera County in recent times, other than maybe some public battles. But and I've looked at every single one. I've walked every alternative. I've looked at them. Like I've said before, I brought my wife and asked which one would she feel the safest at, which one would she feel the best to go to, and she would always say going through Palmaniz because it's commercial. She would feel safe to go there, drop off her car. I also support alternative 1. I think it's a great access point. You know, when we're doing our development in Madera County side along the anywhere that's along the river, everyone that's wanting to move in there is clamoring, trying to figure out how do they get that river access next to their home, right? Because that, if honestly, if you really want to stick it to the people that are in Riverview from a social justice aspect, make it go to 5B so that their home values don't go up, right? And I see that this would be beneficial to them. I'm not swayed by any of the arguments in terms of not coming down there, that there'd be too much congestion. There's still going to be pedestrian access at Riverview. So if we're looking for the most access that we possibly can, if we have 5B for vehicular access, we still continue to have alternative 1 for pedestrian access. So now we have 2 points, and again, Madera County, we've already got our side taken care of. No one's here disputing our side of it. Well, you do it right the first time, right? So, you know, I look at this and I try and bring it all together. I've talked to both sides. All of your opinions, your emails, your letters have come in, and they've helped me to fall asleep at sometimes, but I have taken them all into consideration and looked at them and cared about them. But I'm a pragmatist at the end of the day. How are we going to get this done? How do we get all these state agencies, all the local agencies on the same page? And we can't just act like the things that Mr. Rudd said weren't said, right? They're said. We know that there's politics that are involved in this. We know that. And we have to not act like that is something that isn't there, right? We can't just sweep it under the rug and say that doesn't exist. We need to figure out how to move forward. And the best way to do that at this point is to go through 5B with the tight timeframes. What Julie Vance has said, I think all those are great points. And a lot of those, as I've talked to you that have the alternative 1 stickers on your chest right now, you think those are infeasible. If they are, then we're on to alternative 1 by next year and ready to go and push this forward. I want to see this happen. I need to see this happen. I want to take my, hopefully my kids there, not my grandkids, to the grand opening of it. And I think that if we go, if we try and thumb our nose at any of the agencies here and not move forward in this path, we don't have a clear path forward and we won't have a project. It will be litigated, it will be held up in the courts where your public opinion does not matter in the courts. It's going to be tried by who has the best attorneys. And I don't think we don't want to lose our public input. We don't want to lose our power as the citizens of Madera County and Fresno County to actually have a say in how this moves forward. So I think that that's the best way forward, and I don't know if Ms. Vance is going to make the motion, but if she doesn't, I'm willing to.
Do we have a motion that is being proposed right now? Do you want some more comment over here? Okay.
Thank you. First, I'd be lying to you if I said that I 100% knew where I was going to go on this project from day one. I've studied this rigorously. I've met with individuals on both sides. I've taken to heart that expertise, that passion, that input that's been shared. And I've tossed and turned a little bit on this project. There's been discussion of goodwill that needs to be earned and developed, whether it be with the City of Fresno or other partner agencies. I don't think it can be overstated in the goodwill that's also on the line with those who have passionately fought for Alternative 1, among other options as well. A lot of these folks put in hundreds of hours of volunteerism and stewardship along the river, with or without a public project. They do it because it's in their heart of hearts. We have to keep that in mind too. We need both sides participate in this process. I realize too the realities of this project, that we do need a partner like the City of Fresno to participate, especially with operations and maintenance. I recognize that they're a natural fit in that they currently perform those duties on the existing Eaton Trail, among other projects. I recognize that. I want to be able to move towards that. But I want to see a project complete at the end of the day. And I'd like to see, if possible, if an alternative is selected, whether it be 1 or 5B, that the elements of the proposed project, that we could begin to move towards that. If there's a way to separate that, I think it would be advantageous, especially if there's going to be any question whether or not a traffic signal can be installed or whether or not access or property ownership can be conveyed. And third, with respect to the nonprofit group, I appreciate their involvement and their activity. It came into place when we felt that it would be impossible to acquire the property, that it was contaminated, and as a state agency, we would not be able to play that role. They stepped in and said, we'll take the lead on it, we'll indemnify you, and we'll do what's necessary to make the project a reality. I appreciate that. However, in the meantime, we've had some information that has been shared with us from the County of Fresno. Information, according to our executive director, that would put us more at ease had we had it long ago to move forward with the property acquisition. I think if 5B is where it goes, if we're going to make that type of significant effort, both in its study, its due diligence, and ever its implementation, I think we should have the underlying fee of that property. So if it would be considered, I like Ms. Vance's recommendations and the specificity of what that work plan should look like if we go with 5B. I like to add a friendly amendment that is part of that feasibility, that the San Joaquin River Conservancy be able to acquire that property in fee that isn't subject. So those would be my comments, and thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll be short. Many of the comments that I had or they have been covered already. But I do want to make 3 points here. And, you know, I've thought long and hard about this project as well. And understanding that there's going to be pedestrian access at all 3 points. I'm concerned about the pedestrian access at Riverview Drive without the alternative 1 being in place. I can see parking issues in neighborhoods. If you get people out of the neighborhoods, down on the floodplain, to the parking lot, I think there will be a lot less issues to have to resolve. There's already a public parking lot at the entrance of 5B. I mean, if you want to access the little Spano Park there, you park in the roundabout parking lot, and you could go access the little park, or you could walk down the trail to the river bottom. And then lastly, the devil's in the details in the proposal, I feel, that the nonprofit has brought forward. And I was really pleased coming out of the last meeting that they were so cooperative and willing to work with us, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. But when I looked at the easement that was associated with the option agreement, there were the details. And basically that would eliminate the Conservancy's, the state's ability to operate that parking lot, put in the infrastructure that it feels it needs to provide a viable parking space, a public use facility on the bottom land without having the veto power of the nonprofit. And I have an issue with that. So, you know, I'm in favor of alternative 1. I mean, based on all of the information that we've heard the last 2 meetings, I do recognize and I profoundly appreciate the city's ability and the desire to work with the Conservancy. I hope that will continue. And Bren made an important point. I mean, the Conservancy is to put forward local local public agency members and their citizens' values and put those forward. But at the same time, you know, we're looking at this. I'm looking at this from a statewide perspective and how these kinds of issues have occurred and have been satisfied on a statewide basis and the policy implications that come along with those. And I think we'll get there, but I think we would get there better with an alternative 1 proposal.
I'll be brief as well. I have a question. Be more technical about this. Can you hear me? I don't hear my voice echoing. Okay, real close. Okay, just kiss that baby. Okay. Melinda, on the road on 5B, the access road that leads to the parking lot, you indicated that it was 30 feet wide, so that allows for two-way traffic. I've been hearing people say, well, it's 10% grade. If it's handicap accessible, it can't be 10%. Do you know what the grade is?
I'm at the same point of view. It's like, can you hear the microphone? No. No.
Hey, you gotta kiss it.
Okay. There's a short answer to it, but let's get the microphone. I imagine we've kicked a cord or something. There's spaghetti underneath here. Okay, when you're building parks and trails, it's recognized that topography doesn't always serve ADA needs. The ADA access to the trail would be achieved at the parking lot, down at the grade, on the floodplain, at grade with the multi-use trail. The sidewalk leading down 5B would not be ADA accessible. It's also the sidewalk leading down from Riverview Drive would not be ADA accessible. As I understand it, it exceeds the slopes. So you meet your ADA requirements where the topography allows. The 2 parking lots would be down at grade with the floodplain trail and would meet ADA requirements.
So it will be 10%, perhaps?
Yes, yes. The other drive also has a slope. The other entrance also has a slope. It's just the nature of the bluff. There's a lot of slope involved.
What's the slope of?
Right. It's a very steep slope.
What's the slope, Melinda, on the other option?
We haven't, remembering that we have a 30% design on one and a 10% design on the other. I don't know that we know exactly.
Who
I
knows?
don't think that was totally, it's not been
Roy,
determined.
do you mind if we pose that question to
But
Andrew?
But, you know, in a location where you've got a 60-foot drop, a 60 to 90-foot drop between the bluff and the floodplain, you're going to have a steep slope getting into the property, no matter which location.
Andrew.
Okay. I believe what he's saying from the floor there is basically, yes, we achieve the ADA accessibility by people being able to park in handicapped parking spaces down on the floodplain where they can access the trail.
All right.
And that would be for any of the parking areas. They have to drive in, yes. They would drive in, yes. But that's going to be true, you know, right now the Lewis S. Eaton Trail does not meet ADA grades in many locations. It's just the topography of the river area precludes it. One of the positive things about this project is that there will be parking at grade with the trail, and the other portions of the Lewis Eaton Trail do not have that kind of access. So there's, you know, the current Eaton Trail is not ADA accessible in places. I think this, yeah, these are working again now. Thank
Okay.
you. There we go. Thank you.
It's loud enough now. I'm back. On the parking lot, of course, it's going to be prepared environmentally, supposedly, that it'll be capped. I call it encapsulation. But from that point on, as far as the construction of that parking lot, that will be paid for by the Conservancy. Is that correct?
The board has not allocated any funds for any construction for any part of the project yet, but the funds we have available are for improvements with.
But the intent is to do that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that'll be involved in all the drainage and et cetera.
We do, you know, some of our projects do involve matches if they have other funds available, but for the most part, Conservancies look to fund the projects.
Okay. All right. Okay. I had another question, and I didn't. Well, I'll let you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with one question, and then I have a couple comments. But it was mentioned many times from the letter that was received by the county about whether or not a phase 2 would be required, and the, you know, what could be done in that respect. Just to confirm that that isn't a confirmed thing, it's just a confirmed that they've reviewed from the concept plan and that there's additional process that still needs to be done in order to evaluate the documents.
They have confirmed that no further phase 2 materials of it is no further in phase 2 investigations are necessary. That's based on, wow, going back to 1985 or something, 25 years of work associated with all the various landfill issues that are adjacent to this property, as well as the property that's optioned for the parking lot. So no, they have adequate investigation and are not going to require further phase 2 for that area.
Okay, and then for any other permits that might be required, like a stormwater permit, is there anything else that could trigger the need to do an additional analysis that you're aware of?
Not normally. There would be, it was mentioned, one of the comments that was mentioned was that the EIR might not have adequately covered the permits that are required for the parking lot as proposed for the post-closure land use plan. And actually, the permits are identified in the EIR and the general requirements. So there's, when you bring in fill in a floodplain, there's some requirements you have to meet. And the Central Valley Flood Protection Board has requirements. Those are identified in the EIR.
Okay, thank you. I just needed confirmation on that. So, coming from the perspective of the Natural Resources Agency, and certainly as a person who has evaluated and administered grant programs to do all types of parks and public access and restorations and whatnot, there's a certain amount of initial evaluation of these proposals to come forward to decide what's competitive or not. And when I'm thinking through the lens of what we've seen with these, sort of two options that we've whittled it down to, and keeping in mind that, our ultimate goal as a board is to improve public access to this parkway. I'm of the opinion that we should be working, as others have mentioned, towards getting as many access points as possible. And we have an option in front of us right now that has significant less impediments in getting public access in a more timely way. Because we're using state bond funding, of course we need to be mindful of the amount of funding that we're putting towards the work that we do. The legislature gives us the authority to spend those bond funds. The governor approves it in the governor's budget. And those appropriations have a time associated with them. And so by asking for the use of these funds, we're saying we're going to be looking for the path that provides the public benefit in a effective and efficient manner. I am not discounting 5B as a potential option, but as it stands now, there are so many questions that still remain. Somebody said earlier that the devil's in the detail, and I think that's really true, and I certainly wouldn't want to get down a path where we're suddenly spending all this time scrambling, trying to figure out how to sort out a lot of these very important issues. Alternative one doesn't seem as complex to me, and I haven't heard really in any strong way why we wouldn't want to just go forward and do what seems to be the easier access point. It doesn't prevent us from continuing to work on other access points and evaluate them for potential a potential decision later on. I can hear the board kind of, like we're moving towards 5B with all of these add-ons and expectations to be delivered by such and such date. I would like an upfront vote on alternative one. I might not get the outcome that I would like, but just given the materials, and it's all come in, also just in the matter of how much is developed in such a short amount of time, and having to make an important decision and read all this stuff and then hope you make the right decision, it just doesn't feel right to me. And so I really feel like alternative one gets us public access to the River Parkway. It doesn't have as many impediments. The one impediment it does have, which is, there's a finding in the EIR, because the Conservancy doesn't control the ability to install a traffic light, it adds a constraint. The statement of overriding considerations allows us to move forward with that. It does not mean that we have to, that we're, sticking it to the city. We definitely need to and want to encourage participation with the city, and I think we would help could find a solution in installing that traffic light and working with the community on addressing any other problems that might come forward. So that's what I have to say, and I would like to take a stand-up vote on alternative 1.
As I said at the last month's meeting, I think this is a very important piece of property right in the heart of the city of Fresno. And I really think that we owe this piece of property as much public access as possible, as many public access points as possible, not just today, but 20 years from now. So what I heard from the city today is they're not excited about supporting operations and maintenance if we go with alternative 1. What I didn't hear is that they will support operations and maintenance if we go with 5B. And that's not a dig by any means, but it just kind of cancels itself out for me. We're not solving that problem here today. So with maximum access options being my goal, if we approve alternative 1, it keeps the doors open for alternative 5 once we work out any potential access easements there. And 5B can certainly be revisited as well. So for me, alternative 1 is the low-hanging fruit, and that's the way that I'm prepared to go today. And Carl, did you want me to bring you this mic? I think you got past that.
And Carl, once you're finished, if you could pass it on back this way, that'd be great.
Yeah. I've been looking at the letter from the mayor, and I'm going to take his word in the first paragraph and the last paragraph, where he said he absolutely and unequivocally supports public access. And yes, he says he supports one of the deals. Each of us have different opinions about that. And in his last paragraph, he says that as mayor for all of Fresno, I think the best approach is to find a solution that serves all of the community. I would like somehow to see us be able to do the project, vote the project, but keep both alternate 1 and 5B so that staff can study them and keep them moving forward. I don't want to take 12 to 18 months to do 5B and then say, oh yeah, that's not going to work. Let's go back and start on alternate 1. I think the staff needs to be able to keep moving them all forward. And somewheres I've read that if we do pass the right ones, we probably can do that. But off the top of my head, I can't tell you exact steps we have to take to do that. But the main project, we need to get that on the record and fully understand the real issue here is someone to operate it. If we don't have an agreement on operation and maintenance, we don't have any project.
I don't know why I was waiting for this. I have it right here.
You want it too?
You just hold that, would you?
Yeah, I will.
It's not surprising that reasonable people can have different approaches to this project. I'm hoping that we will capitalize on that reasonableness sensibility. We keep on hearing that one of the options. We keep on hearing that one of the options is ready to go, and I'm kind of baffled by that. And I'm referring to alternative 1. The alternative 5B is going to require a good amount of work with a few more steps, and alternative 1 is pretty much ripe, ready to be picked as low-hanging fruit, as my friend Ken over here said. But I think if you scratch the surface, you're going to realize that alternative 1 actually has so many more complications. So let's take a quick look at what these complications might be. If a party were to, that may oppose alternative 1, were to initiate litigation, CEQA litigation could easily take 1 to 2 years out of the gate. That means that the project is in limbo essentially for that duration, most likely. The second would be, there's no project without maintenance money and a reliable source for 30 years. Last time I checked, there is no offer from the city that identifies its support for Alternative 1 for purposes of maintenance. And just for clarification, my recollection when the mayor of the city of Fresno was here in November, it was unequivocal that his office and his administration would support 5B with maintenance funding. There was no question about that. The third is we're gonna have to get a general plan amendment for Alternative 1. And we all know, if anyone's had any experience about going through the city council to get a general plan amendment, that's fairly an arduous process. And lastly is the conditionality or the unknown factor of the traffic light. So I guess when you add it all up, in my opinion, is that Alternative 1 becomes more complicated, even though it has the allure, it has the veneer of simplicity in it being around the corner, but it's really not. So finally, the beauty of some of the things that I've heard today regarding 5B are that even for those that may have some heartburn over that 12-month period of time, the proposed project can still move forward. We're still working on the proposed project during that 1-year period of time. 5B is just going through the process and making certain that all the benchmarks are being satisfied, but we're still moving forward. Whereas if Alternative 1 is pursued and litigation is triggered, that may put in jeopardy everything. So the proposed project is actually not moving forward. But once again, I respect everyone on this board. I think everyone here is for the right reasons, and they're reasoning through this process in their own way. I just hope at this point, we have an opportunity to make a motion and see where it can be crafted. So do we want to begin that process?
I'd like to make a motion that we pursue 5B with more definition on reasonable progress. The items listed, do I need to list them again? Yes.
You want to have us read
Yeah,
that
because
back?
I think the resolution would need to be redone,
Yeah.
right?
Right. Oh, excuse me. And actually, the resolutions are very specific to CEQA, and, you know, you could have it be a trailer part of your motion, but I think it would be more formal to include those items in the resolution, not in the findings, but in the resolution.
Right. So.
And I'm sending this thing into.
Would it be, who has the?
Did you find it really quickly, Christina? I'm sitting here thumbing through, and she's.
Okay.
Christina.
I'll attempt to read my own writing, see what I said.
I found it, so I'll follow along.
Okay.
So you can tell me if it's accurate. The conditions for 5B would be progress made, and the items were that the property is purchased. That's by the nonprofit organization. Access easement or whatever other access to whether the Conservancy or another entity for the project. I put land use plan. Oh, that's the post-closure plan. Yes. And that the city exceptions to their 2 ordinances would be acquired. One was for the tree ordinance, and the other was the bluff ordinance. And Spano easement, that those restrictions, that those issues are resolved, whether the plan as proposed and attached to the option is approved, or if there's any other restriction. And then there was a friendly amendment by Mr. Oliver to add explore options and for acquiring the property and fee, and that seemed like that comes in play with the access easement. So it's kind of figuring out what's the best way for the Conservancy to utilize the property.
Okay. As a matter of just to follow up how we would implement that is, I think, by say the March meeting, we could come back and actually give you a work plan. Here's what staff's working on, here's when we expect things to happen. So that it's not just, wait, you hear nothing for a year, and then we launch, success or woe or whatever we're going to tell you about.
And also, as Chairman, as you said, with alternative one, someone initiating litigation. Like I've said before, I've heard a lot of people stand up over the last 2 meetings with 3 last names as attorneys from all sides for both 5B, and just against the project in general. So I think there is always going to be some kind of threat of litigation no matter what we choose. So when we're in these timeframes, if there is a delay tactic to, just to get to the end of that year and hold the Conservancy from moving forward on some of these items, that clock would stop. Does that
Yes.
make sense?
Yep. It's 12 months, it's done.
12 months from today.
There was also maybe
So,
a suggestion.
Yeah, everybody acting in good faith on both sides to quarterly reports? Okay.
Yeah,
Then I will second that motion.
okay. The resolution does include.
Monthly reports are better to me if I, monthly reports?
We could do them in the form of board briefing reports. We could do more often than just when we meet.
As the chairman next year, I think we'll just have one on every single agenda.
And I think
I have some control over that.
And I think we'll meet about 3 times.
Yeah.
No, we just need to breathe them.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry.
So to complete, I'd like to make the motion that we vote on alternative 5B with those additions and modifications to resolution number 17-02.
17-02,
Alternative
parenthesis, alternative 5B.
Can I make a friendly amendment? A friendly amendment?
There's a friendly amendment on the table.
Mhm.
It seems to me like those who are supporting 5B would agree.
Is included.
You may not have to take a vote on it, but under strict parliamentary procedure, the amendment is on the table now as a subsidiary.
I'll follow
The
Will's
consideration to pursue fee
amendment.
title? Oh, yeah, I thought that was already wrapped in, yes.
Yeah, right, we
As
understood,
amended.
okay.
Can I,
So there's like 6
can I
conditions.
talk now?
Oh, boy, that's going to sound good.
I have a lot of folks who are a lot of friends and constituents who are supporters of alternative one. I need to be able to tell them that within that 12-month period of time, that if this 5B gets derailed, then we are going to go back and bring this matter back, alternative one, back to this board. That's what I have represented that I will support afterwards.
Correct, yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
And that is written in the resolution that you're considering adopting. It just would have these additional milestones added to the very last part, right after line 59.
I have a question. So you would bring, we're not, alternative 5B fails at some point in the next year. Alternative 1 would need to come back to the board where it would be able to move forward. Are you making that point?
No, it would have to come back to this board, but I think, I'd be supportive of it at that point. Yeah, that's true. There's no other alternative. After 5B's gone, we have to go with one.
Which is no Fresno side access,
Right, but we
unacceptable.
still need to go through the same, I'm assuming the same public process.
Correct.
Yes.
Same 8-hour meeting to.
Probably not, because it's the only one left. It would be the only one left.
Yeah, you would have, the difference might be that you would have one item on the table instead of, we originally started, the good thing is, November meeting, we originally started with 6 different things on the table. So, yeah, you would have one proposal on the table. Rescinding 5B, approving alternative 1, and we'd have a resolution all prepared for why 5B proved infeasible.
I don't know what she just said.
And also, would you consider also, to make it absolutely clear, I think we've said this many times, but that we would add a line on here that we would also, in the meantime, be proceeding with the core project?
Yes, we are not wasting time.
I see a lot of, yeah, that's
Do
good.
that.
So I don't know if that's a friendly amendment. I guess
It's a third
something-
friendly amendment that we proceed with the proposed project, if that's okay with the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Great.
Still second it.
So if we have to bring.
Need a microphone. It's down there, Brett.
The mute.
Just talk a little.
It's a Fresno City mic.
City of Clovis. City of Clovis. Careful.
I think I would prefer, instead of having alternative one come back to the board, if we could condition it so that if the milestones aren't met, then it rescinds, or whatever the proper terminology is, 5B, and we move forward with alternative one, so that we can just not have to have this whole discussion all over again.
We don't have the legal option. to do
Yeah,
that.
I strongly discourage that, just because there's specific findings that you're making when you approve alternative one, and so we'd have to proceed with essentially adopting alternative one today, and right now that involves rejecting 5B as feasible, which doesn't coincide with proceeding with 5B for a period of time. So that feasibility finding may be easier if all these conditions aren't met in this year, and also it would make your findings cleaner, alternative one. I strongly discourage trying to have it be automatic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, I was going to say, they've got a certain amount of time to challenge the CEQA. So, if there's someone who is willing to challenge our CEQA document based on approval of alternative one, for example, then that would basically open the door for challenging the project on either grounds. I don't like 5B, I don't like 1. It would start a clock for challenging CEQA on all the elements of the project rather than what you've approved today.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that. Okay.
Well, I would just like to offer.
I want to just clarify that in terms of defining feasibility and what the board will consider in a year, that's not a CEQA definition of feasibility or any other specified, and it's not limited to just what is being part of this motion, but essentially whatever may come up during the due diligence over the next year is fair game for deciding whether it's feasible or not. I
That's
just wanted to
reasonable.
make sure there's no undue restrictions on what constitutes feasibility.
Yeah, and I think everyone here is acting in good faith on this issue. No one's trying to play gotcha. We want to see this project move forward. All right, we have a motion and oh, Carl, I'm sorry, man.
I'm going to vote no, because I don't want to see alternate one just sitting there for a year. I'm going to support the board for whatever the decision is, but I will be voting no.
Well said.
Okay, just so that everyone appreciates the gravity of the situation, we have a motion, and I'm going to restate it, so correct me if I misstate this, that the motion is for the board to approve 5B on the condition that specific benchmarks are accomplished within a one-year period of time, including the 5 items that were identified by Julie Vance between the Conservancy and the relevant parties, and that all parties are acting in good faith. In the event that 5B is determined to be infeasible, then alternative 1 will be brought back to this Conservancy board for review, and based on it being the only option under that scenario, would likely be approved. That was commentary at the end, but that alternative one would be returned to this board for review. Is that and with Will's add-on that the fee, the Conservancy look upon this opportunity to maybe at some point take possessory rights to this land.
All as laid out and delineated in your resolution 17-02, alternative 5B, the findings and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that are attached to it.
I'm going to defer to yes.
Just
Okay.
to be
All
very
right.
clear.
We have an option, we have a motion and a second on the floor that can make this project a reality right now. Let's do a roll call.
Mr. Borges?
Enthusiastic, yes.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
Mr. Brandau?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Spina?
Yes.
Mr. Jansen?
No.
Ms. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Gresham?
No.
Mr. Donnelly?
No.
Ms. Alva?
No.
Ms. Lucchesi? No. Ms. Finn?
No.
Ms. Forman?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson?
Yes.
Based on my count, that is a total of 8 yeses and the remainder no. Based on a majority procedure, Counselor, my understanding is that this motion has passed. Woo! Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to do something. We haven't finished the meeting yet? Okay. Okay, Melinda, if it's okay with you, that we will skip the remainder items on this agenda,
Yes, yes, sir,
she has to leave.
I have nothing in particular.
Do we have any objections on skipping the remainder items?
One other item.
Motion to adjourn?
Mr. Borges? Mr. Borges? No, I just want to let everybody know that we'll go dark in January.
Oh, no meeting in January.
No meeting in January.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Motion has it.
Finally had a unanimous.